So hello and good morning to those of you who are tuning in on the YouTube live stream for this, the Quick 60 Hill Climb Shootout Challenge, organised by Retro Rides. We're in the midst of practice runs at this stage of the morning, and we will be in practice for quite a little while yet, but nonetheless we're going to bring you live pictures and a chance to look at these wonderful cars, of which there are a great many and a great variety, taking to the Shelsley Walsh Hill Climb here this morning. As we can see, we have the number 30 Lotus just lining up at the moment. One of the more standard cars, the little Elan, but everything from effective road cars all the way up to weapons grade Group B monsters here today. So this is Chris Wright in the number 30 car, registered to the mild pre-1998 category, which is for effectively still road legal cars that have slight performance modifications to them. And that is what this wonderful Lotus Elan Plus 2S falls under. We'll see what kind of time we see out of this car. We've had a couple of runs this morning already before we've got started here in the commentary box. A 40.47 is the benchmark for Oliver Wright at the moment. We also have the Integra there of Alex Thornton, the Graiseley resident. Honda Integra Type R. That should be a good, solid contender within the pre-1998 category. Just 3 cars on the entry list that I have, although I do think we've actually gained a few since the one that I have had published for me. It's obviously the Elan. Car of the 1960s. It's one of 2 wonderful 60s machines we'll see. There's also a Ford Falcon Sprint that makes an absolutely fabulous noise and evokes memories of the British Saloon Car Championship circa 1964 or so, when Cortinas and Minis were rather bothered by big Falcons and Mustangs. on the circuit. Touring car racing was much less uniform from a size perspective back in the 1960s. All manner of wheelbases and engine sizes allowed in at the time, and that Falcon was probably, if not the biggest, certainly one of. I dare suggest the Ford Galaxy might be a bit bigger, actually. And by Ford Galaxy, I of course mean the 60s saloon car rather than the people carrier of the current day. We await the all clear for Chris Wright. So 1600cc Lotus Elan should be given the all clear within a few minutes. Sure enough, it does look as though we are about to get underway. Green light is on. Chris launches his third run up the hill, but the first run that has been broadcast up the hill. So Chris, our first viewing through Kennel Bend already and towards the crossing. Lovely little Lotus, of course. Back in the days when Colin Chapman was so hands-on with his company, which he was all the way up until his untimely passing. And great to see the Plus 2S, which is one of the rarer shapes of Lotus Elan, running up the hill here at Shelsley Walsh. Up the hill now. Let's see what kind of time he puts in. Chris Wright's best of 51.33, and that was a 49.89, so a slight improvement there from Chris Wright. Here goes Alex Thornton then, in the Integra. He's a regular on the hill climb and sprint scene. And certainly a level of commitment, and also some valves dancing up towards the bonnet by the sounds of it as he gets off the line. So the Integra, of course, mid-90s vintage car, so much newer than the Elan we just saw, and also a fair bit newer than the Ford Falcon that we're going to have up on the circuit next. Integra 43.21. Here comes Clark Devey with his mighty Ford Falcon. That rumbling 4.2 litre V8. Probably not the easiest thing to drive up Shelsley Walsh at the best of times in these conditions. It's probably even more of a boat than otherwise would be, but what a fabulous machine. Clark always also has a wonderful 1930s Ford hot rod. Oh, and just getting a little bit crossed up coming out of the bottom S there. Let's see if it costs him any time. Best time so far was a 48.08 and a 46.28 that time. So improvements as we would expect as the morning goes on, and it is starting to dry out as well. Nigel Mee has already launched his Subaru Impreza GC8 off the line. Nigel running the familiar factory rally colours on his Impreza. The later entries, I believe. Let's see what kind of time Nigel puts in. A 42.09 is his benchmark, and comfortably lowers that. A 14.16. A reminder that these are practice sessions, so there is no elimination at play yet in this quick 60 elimination shootout that will take place this afternoon. These are just practice runs. It's great to see these cars in action. Nigel Burke off the line then, and through Kennel Bend, popping and banging as any good Subaru does. It's good to see Oliver Wright next, but let's see what Nigel Burke can do. Burke, according to the timing screens, has not set a time so far this morning. So this is his first run in theory. Let's see how it matches up to some of the competition, particularly Nigel Mee in a similar Impreza. He was a few tenths off, a 40.77, but I'm sure there's room to improve there. Here goes Oliver Wright then. Oliver Wright is someone who has plenty of experience here. Came second in last year's Midland Automobile Club Sunrise Sprint Championship. Just a point off the championship win, as a matter of fact. Oliver's very well sorted 106 will be formidable within this mild pre-1998 class. We have no doubt of that. Let's see what kind of time he puts in as the Saxo gets off the line. A 38.77, so that is a good lap, or a good run, I should say, from him. Oliver Wright there lowers the bar further. The first of the mild pre-1998 runners to go below 40 seconds this morning. Joshua Baxter running for RWL Motorsport. He is the son of Stephen Baxter, who we'll see out in a Peugeot 205 later on. Josh across the line. Looks like that could be a relatively low 40s lap time. Yes, at 41.49. Good running. Off goes Chris Beresford in a slightly newer Subaru Impreza. That's the model known as the Blob-Eye in Impreza circles. So you're looking at around 2003, 2004 there. The era in which Petter Solberg, of course, won a World Rally Championship in 2003. Beresford heading up the hill now. Looks like it's going to be a quick time. A 35.83 is. Alex Gilchrist Jones is next in a Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 9. Gilchrist Jones through the crossing. Heading towards bottom and top S now. It's lunging under braking. Plenty of Evos and Imprezas here today. It's very much the old pair, the old guard of the World Rally Championship, that Mitsubishi versus Subaru battle, revived at Shelsley, as it so often is. These four-wheel drive rocket ships, very popular in hill climbing circles. Here's Simon Curtin in his Lotus Exige, the 1.8 litre Toyota powered machine, as standard, of course. Curtin, that well sorted chassis could come in very handy once we're in the dry conditions. If we get dry conditions today, the forecast is looking a little bit ominous. 39.41 is a very promising time indeed. Of course, Curtin and the two cars we've seen previous are running in the mild post-1998 class. Here's Ben Bonfield in the Austin Mini. Austin Mini is running in the pre-1998 wild category. Bonfield about to cross the line. Looks like it'll be a sub 40-second lap. No, in fact, 41.79, of course, a little bit slower in a straight line, Ben Bonfield, but Ben familiar with that car. Of course, his father, Tony Bonfield, has been hill climbing at least as far back as the 80s, I dare say a little bit further back than that as well. Philip West in the 757, the Ford Sierra XR 4x4. Title, that's another four-wheel drive machine. Lick of flame as the driver goes through the gears as well. 39.59 for West. James Herbert next up the hill in the Lancer Evo 5. James, of course, sharing with Jim. James and Jim Herbert will both be driving that car in separate groups. This looks like this will be our last runner of this batch. Herbert through the top S now. Looks like a good time. Puts the power down. Might see a 36 or a 37, in fact a 35.21 from James Herbert. So that was a very quick time. Has he done better than that today? No, quite comfortably fastest run of the day from James Herbert then, a 35.29, his quickest so far. Of course, we really start keeping score come the competitive runs. These are just practices, but still interesting to see how they progress as the day wears on, and at the moment at least, as the circuit conditions improve. Of course, the Shelsley Walsh course, steeped in history. We were wondering today if we would maybe see the closed car record fall. 28.06, the closed car record here at Shelsley Walsh, but given this weather, at the moment it feels a little less likely than it maybe did looking at the entry list. Superb variety of machines running today. Cars that could be driven home, a couple that will be driven home, I should imagine. Right up to incredible purebred hill climb runners, sprint running cars as well. They're made to go very, very quickly in very short bursts. Like that wonderful Metro 6R4. If you haven't seen it today, you will no doubt spot it when the time comes. The Metro 6R4 runs 800 brake horsepower at the right moment, but I don't think they'll be running the boost quite that high this morning.
Then you've got to change more. You've got to change all the time and change more, because I think we'll finally add 2 changes on it. Yeah, right.
So then the cars returning to paddock now, and as you'll see, we already have the next batch eagerly waiting for their turn. Batch 2 is the more populous batch of cars. And it's also where we see a majority of the quickest machines, the Wild and Outlaw classes, for the extremely well modified, and in some cases, the purebred racers. So surely some of the most exciting running we'll see all day will come from these 2 classes across the day. But who knows where the surprise packages may come from. Pure power and even lightness, not necessarily the keys to winning in these conditions. Sometimes a nice, softly sprung road car, particularly one with 4-wheel drive, can make itself very, very prominently up the order in the wet conditions. So then we'll see the cars queue up for runs once again in just a couple of minutes' time. Great to see these pictures on the live stream here for Quick 60. And so I have been handed a litany of information on the various cars, so that's my lunchtime reading and any chance I get really reading. But here comes Stephen Baxter. His Peugeot 205 GTI MI16 car. So number 45 entry. It's the best run so far, a 42.09. Stephen Baxter's best of the morning so far. Certainly not representative of his best pace. He was in the 34s here in May. Of course, in this weather, conservative driving, especially in a practice run, is more than recommended. So another of the RWL Motorsport entries, as we said, son Joshua out there in the Saxo. Stephen Baxter runs through bottom S and top S now then. Let's see what kind of time we get out of Stephen on this run. As the little STM Phoenix leaves the line, the Peugeot sets a 40.17, so good time from Stephen Baxter. Lloyd Bettinson in the STM Phoenix motorcycle engine machine. Applied to hill climbing, sprint racing, also circuit racing. 750 Motor Club used to see a good few STM Phoenix entries. Impressive little cars, just trying to get away from Lloyd as he applied the power coming out of top S, but he manages to hold it together with a little bit of opposite lock. 38.68 is the time. Here's Tony Bonfield then, the vastly experienced mini competitor. Well over 3 decades of experience in hill climb running. What's Tony's best run so far? A 44.05, the best of the morning. Conditions ever improving by the looks of it. I don't think it's quite as damp as it was earlier, although it does look like we still have some rainfall, so we'll see whether this is an improvement or not from Tony. Certainly committed on the throttle coming out of top S. Quite quicker by the looks of it, so 42.2 that was. Here comes Damien Bradley then with the impressive Subaru Legacy. A machine that runs 700 horsepower at top configuration. Dare say he might have turned the boost down a little bit at the moment. 29.39 here earlier in the month for Damien. British Championship event, even in these conditions, setting a 34.26, so getting quicker. Off goes the Toyota MR2 of Martin Collins. Certainly a little more standard than some of the compatriots. Martin in the distinctive Gulf colours. Rather appropriate given the event that's taking place on the other side of the channel this weekend. Martin heads to the line now. Best time so far is a 50.83, and it looks like he's going to comfortably supersede that. Yes, a 48.45, another couple of seconds off the time. Here's John Morgan then, in the Ford Anglia 105. What a glorious looking machine that is. There's something so wonderful about an Anglia that has been race prepared in this manner. And it's very loose going through bottom and top S as well. He's throwing that around the corners even in these conditions, and even on a practice run. Probably had a bit of a tank slapper in truth coming out of top S, but he's managed to hold it together. Time is a 42.39, which shaves just a couple of tenths off his best of the morning so far. Eric Morey is next in the spectacular low-slung Hillman M. Very well-known car, this. It's been a fixture of hill climb running for a good long while. It's the time the Hillman can give us. What is the best time so far from Eric? A 41.16. I think he's bettered that by a little bit. Yes, a 39.81 across the line from Eric. The line now goes Ross Parker in the Honda Civic. Now Ross has some past in circuit racing, running in the Castle Combe Hot Hatch Championship. He's here with us today at Shelsley Walsh. That Civic EF shape, if memory serves me correctly. I have to confer with my notes to make sure I'm not getting my Hondas mixed up. But Ross Parker just heading through top S now. Quite a bit of understeer there, under power. 52.00, Ross Parker. Here's the little Fiat X19 then. Martin Rutter off the line in the 55 car. Little 1.4 litre motor. Fiat X19. Does have some racing pedigree to it, believe it or not. Certainly a great many well-developed X19s raced in the 70s and 80s. Martin Rutter's is seen fairly often at events of this nature as well, so it's certainly a car with a lot of history in the hands of Martin Rutter. 44 second time, yes, a 44.10. As is the case for most of these drivers, does indeed improve on the time set earlier on. Darren Spooner heading up the hill next, past the crossing. The bewinged Peugeot 205 is a regular runner in time attack competition. Should be a force to be reckoned with up the hill as well. Comfortably under 40 seconds by the look of it. Yes, a 39.03 for Spooner. Meanwhile, already for the second time since we fired up this morning's live stream is the Ford Sierra XR 4x4, now in the hands of Richard West. So that's a shared car. Richard, top S. Straightens the car out before getting the power down, make sure doesn't understeer off and cause an early issue. 39.67 the time for Richard West, which is not his best actually. He's at 39.53 on his second run, so just a few hundredths slower. Brian Stevens underway in his EP3 Honda Civic, the of course 2-litre motor in that one, and so famous in road car configuration for tripoding, as you might call it, lifting up a rear wheel. I'm sure we'll see some of that through some of the more committed runs around bottom and top S later on. .63.62 for Brian. Here, 61. Jim Herbert in the evil-sounding Lancer Evo 5. Committed launch in that car. Sounds incredibly epic. Herbert up the hill now. What's his best time thus far? Just trying to locate him. He's in the post-98 Outlaw class. 35.23 is the benchmark from James Herbert. Jim Herbert, who's in the car now, a 38.7 is the benchmark. Does look like he's just going to better it. Yes, a 37.19. And next up we have one of the locals, the very well-known Paul Jones, off in his incredibly bright orange Lotus Exige. Wouldn't struggle to find that one in a multi-story. Of course, the first generation Exige based on the first generation Lotus Elise. You don't see too many of these around. I've seen a few of them applied to rallycross competition and similar. And the Cup class of the British GT Championship and a great many hill climbs as well. Paul Jones up the hill for his third run of the day. Is it an improvement? Yes, by over 2 seconds, a 38.22 for Paul. He's done plenty of runs here at Chesley Walsh, so expect him to be on the sharp end of it all day. Stephen Moore is next in the 63. And from there, we'll get into the Outlaws, which are some of the more unique, exciting machines to take to the climb today. Moore comes across the line now, 36.38 the time. Mick Wilkes in the unique Bedford HA Viva van, which snaps just under power. It's a bit more of a dragster, but as he puts it himself, he doesn't want a car that's a diva. He'll do pretty much anything with this machine. It's far from standard. This car was salvaged from being a chicken coop. Certainly much quicker than it was back in the egg-laying days. A 45.47 the time, that time, by Ian Metcalf has crossed the line. Here's James Collins then, in the Volkswagen Beetle. Now, Volkswagen Beetle with an asterisk, as you can no doubt hear. That is a Porsche motor, 2.7 litre Porsche engine, wedged into the Beetle 1303. Puts the power down out of top S with quite the wiggle. I'm not so certain that's going to be an improvement. In fact, it is an improvement, a 42.98. And then we have the Citroen BMW 2CV. Sports Libre entry to the pre-1998 Outlaws. As you may have guessed, it does have a BMW motor. Motorcycle engine wedged into a 2CV. Not unique, actually, that. We do see a fair few motorcycle engine swaps in 2CV racing, particularly on the continent. Alex de Vries, very exciting car. Great to see a 2CV up the hill climb, followed by probably one of the more muscular Ford Cortinas in the country. The Fraud Cortina, as it was known. John Doubleday at the wheel. These days, and apologies Ford fans, but I can't put it any other way, it runs an engine sourced or based on a GM design. I know, a 5.7 litre V8. Makes a great rumble and should be good up this hill climb as well. Has roots as a rally car chassis. We'll talk a bit more about that car's history as the day goes on. Doubleday's time there at 44.1, his best of the morning so far. Here's Ian Metcalf then in a car that may as well be the dictionary definition of pocket rocket. I dare suggest it might be lower slung than a Ford GT40 as well, possibly. I'd like to see it side by side with the GT40. Certainly very little ground clearance on this little Fiat 500. 500 special saloon. Running a 1380cc engine from Swift-Tune. Prominent builders of historic racing engines in the country. Originally ran with an 850cc VDA motor, but that was a long time ago. Off the line. This is, of course, Ian Metcalf at the wheel. Metcalf running this car for a good number of years. He's very hands-off with the engine, as he puts it. He doesn't want to mess with Swift Tune's good work. Swift Tune did put together a good engine. When something's gone wrong, he effectively sends it over to them, and it comes back when it's ready to wedge back into the car. So it's a fairly nice casual setup that he has with his engine builders. 40.2 the time there for Metcalf. Here comes the Audi TT of Eamon Collins. And Eamon takes his third run, I believe this is, up the hill. Yes, it is. It's his third run up Shelsley. So then, the 1.8 litre TT, so not the bigger 3.2 unit in Eamon Collins' car. Crossing the line now, a 43.58, which isn't quite his best time. He hasn't set his best time for the very first run of the day. Here comes Steve Mundy then, in a car we expect great things from, the Fiesta Rallycross supercar off the line. Didn't get the best of launches, I don't think, Mundy, but let's see what the time is. It's 38.72, the benchmark for Steve. That's his best time so far this morning. Heads into bottom S now. Too committed at this early stage of the day. Perhaps justifiably, but gets open the taps on the run to the flying finish. It's a 38.62, so only a tenth quicker than his previous run, but quicker is quicker, and there's a spectacular rumble of Simon Bainbridge in the SBR Chrono. Quicker off the line than the four-wheel drive Fiesta, 2.68 seconds at the 64-foot marker, which is some 8 tenths quicker just on that section alone, the first few feet only. Bainbridge then, a 35.17, his best time so far this morning, and he's well eclipsed that, a 32.78, I should say. So Simon Bainbridge with a good run there, getting embedded into the car and the circuit, and the climb, I should say, in these conditions. Now it's the course cars that take a run up the course as they return that batch of machines to the paddock. So we've now seen a run from both batches up the climb. Those will be our cast of star cars today, although some of them haven't appeared in that particular practice run. So there are more cars to see than the ones we have just witnessed up the hill. But that gives you a flavour of what to expect from today's action. Great to see some of you on the live stream on YouTube as well. See there, Dennis Hewson from the Netherlands, despite not being able to attend this year, still seeing some hill climb action, makes me smile a bit. Have a great weekend, see you all next year. Greetings from the Netherlands. Shame you couldn't be here, Dennis, but great to see you tuning in on our live stream for this quick 60 format, of course, attached to the Retro Rides gathering, which is what we have tomorrow, which will also be live streamed. But quick 60, a competitive additional element to the weekend. And one that brings a slightly different crowd of cars along as well. Makes for a very interesting day. So this batch will return to the paddock. We're going to get some of our paperwork in order here in the commentary booth while we await our next batch of cars.
You've lost it, mate, yeah? It was your cup.
Yeah, my buddy over for many years, he came back with a pocket rip.
Seven, I thought.
That's the original when he's left there, isn't he? Yeah, got to be a sidewinder or something.
That's right. I thought I was quite far. Because I bet you that's good at the lights, isn't it? Because if you notice, he got the hubcaps on the front wheels as well.
So the next batch will be running rather shortly, as the batch 2 that we just had run up the hill have all now returned back to Paddock. So this batch of cars that we have queuing up here is batch 1. It's largely cars from the mild class, while the wild and outlaw cars are in batch 2, although we will see some cars that are of course being shared across the day, kind of out of group as it were. Here's the number 30, the little Elan. Chris Wright who just about got under the 50-second barrier on that last run, a 49.99. So we'll see whether the improvement comes in once again on this run. As a rule, as the morning goes on, we do see improvements as long as the weather gets consistent or gets better. And from most of the drivers, we have seen improved runs thus far. We'll see whether that trend continues on this next practice run for the mild pre- and post-1998 runners, as well as some stragglers from the wild and outlaw classes.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he's doing like 28 last week.
Oh, did he? Yeah. Bloody hell. I bet it was.
There's some information that I was lacking, given to us on the live stream comments. Love being able to watch the hill climbing live. Go Ben Bonfield, and notes that Tony has been running since 1986. So thank you very much, Alison, on the YouTube live stream comments there. I knew it was somewhere in the 80s for Tony. I didn't want to date him too far. It was difficult to exactly track that down. But yes, great to know that that Tony has been running since 1986. Certainly a veteran of hill climb competition and a man that knows how to throw a mini up a hill climb, whatever the weather. Looks as though we are going to start running again in just a moment then. Chris Wright underway in the Lotus Elan 2S. Looks like it sounds as if he's a little more confident on the throttle this time through. There's a little more going through Kennel Bend. The wonderful white Elan through bottom and top S now. See whether that improves upon the 49.99 benchmark as Alex Thornton gets off the line in the Integra. Chris Wright did indeed improve his time, a 47.84, his best run of the morning so far. A reminder that we are currently seeing what we'd say are practice runs. These aren't contributing to the knockout element of the competitive running that we'll see later on, where with each passing round, each passing run, 60% of the cars in each batch will go through, or in each class, I should say, will go through. 40%, the bottom 40% will be told that that is their running up for the day. These practice runs not quite as high stakes. Alex Thornton's 41.14 is an improvement, so Alex is finding more pace, and here's the mighty Clark Davies Ford Falcon, the 4.2 litre V8 Detroit Thunder up the Shelsley Walsh hill climb. Meanwhile, word from John Dunn on the stream. Greetings from Guernsey. Gutted not to be able to make this one, but hopefully get over if you run this again next year. Have fun, everybody. Thank you, John. And that looks like that's an Evo 7 that you run, so that would be very welcome as an addition to proceedings. Here's Joshua Baxter then. Sorry, Oliver Wright, I should say, in the 106. The Saxo is the car we have up next. But here is Oliver Wright in that 41 Peugeot 106 GTI. Oliver, familiar with this This hill climb certainly plenty of experience with the Midland Automobile Club. A 38.26 up the hill that time for Oliver Wright as Joshua Baxter is next underway. Citroen Saxo prepared by RWL Motorsport. Fairly good run to the 64-foot marker out of the front-wheel drive Saxo, it must be said, for Baxter, 3.1 seconds. Let's see what his time is on this occasion. We're into the post-1998 mile cars, a 40.84 for Baxter. And we have Chris Beresford. A good number of the drivers here today have filled out forms for my benefit that tell me a little bit about themselves, with facts and information and little nuggets to bestow upon the audience. Chris Beresford's notes said, anything else the commentator would like to know about you or the car? His comment was, I'm tall. So there you go, the very tall Chris Beresford running his Impreza up the hill. Thank you for that little bit of information, Chris. Has done a lot of hill climb running. Went to France a couple of years ago for some hill climb. 35.16 that time across the line. So that is his best run of the day thus far. Alex Gilchrist-Jones in his Mitsubishi, just headed up the hill now. He is a worker at Bentley in his day job, a software release manager. Certainly knows how to spend a weekend. Great to have him with us here at Quick 60. His potent Mitsubishi Lancer Evo. Across the line on a 36.11, so shaves another couple of tenths off his best time. A little bit of a wiggle from Simon Curtin as he gets underway, the Malvern-based architect in the Lotus Exige. His 2005 Lotus Exige. Best time so far from Curtin, a 39.41. Looks like this might be a slight improvement, maybe a second or two. A 38.64 for Simon, so yes, does improve by just over a second. Just under a second, I should say. Ben Bonfield in the lovely black Mini. Next up the hill in the 748. Of course, as we've already established, sharing this machine with Tony Bonfield. Then through Top S. Let's see what kind of time he gets on this run. Ben with a 40.74, yet another improvement. Shave the times. The Sierra XR 4x4 then, with Philip West at the wheel this time. Three consecutive cars here actually that are being shared. The Mini is of course being shared among the Bonfields. The Wests are sharing the Sierra that's just crossed the line. And then Jim and James Herbert with this wonderful Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5. James usually slightly quicker. Jim. Let's see what kind of time we get out of James on this occasion. James just heading towards the line now. Best time so far is a 35.29, and that was a 34.75, so a slight improvement from the Mitsubishi runner. So then that batch of cars has completed its run, so we will be taking a quick breather once again as this batch returns to Paddock. We'll then have batch 2 run up the hill again on yet another practice run here at Shelsley. Great to see Quick 60 getting such support on its first running. Lots of interest from parties from circuit racing, sprint racing and hill climbing alike, and of course rallycross as well. So we are expecting to see this event flourish, especially next year, hopefully with some of our friends from further ashore able to join us. Certainly for this 2021 edition we have a strong entry and plenty of exciting action yet to come.
Wasn't that the OK series with the Rover engine where it kept on overheating on the cylinder head?
In the notes.
Yeah, I think they'll find that as well.
How many practice runs do they have? Usually 2, isn't it? Well, it's just that you'll find that you've not seen that Metro XR4 yet. But I thought it was 2.
So then, readying up for the next batch, a few queries coming in. Big Log, is this getting ready for tomorrow? Well, yes and no, in that we're warming up and getting excited for the Retro Rides gathering that, of course, takes place tomorrow. But this is its own event, the Quick 60 Hill Climb Shootout Challenge, a new competitive element into the Retro Rides weekend for the 2021 season. We also have Jeddah Motorsport saying good luck to Stephen Moore in the Evo. Great coverage on the TV. Thank you, Jeddah. And good to see some of the drivers getting support from home or friends on the stream comments. So then the next batch of cars will be underway in just a couple of moments. We see there cars like the STM Phoenix, the mighty Subaru Legacy as well. Both batches, all classes, containing some very exciting bits of kit that will no doubt make for exciting running across the day. That Subaru Legacy of Damien Bradley can run at over 700 horsepower when Damien Bradley decides that that's what he wants to do. Purchased the car in 2008 from an old lady, so says his information sheet for myself, which a great many drivers have filled out, actually, the entry sheet, which is absolutely excellent to have. It's always good to have a little bit of extra information on hand, anything we may have missed while trawling on the internet. And as well as established hill climb runners here today, we must say there is a good number of drivers that that are new to hill climbing, or at least new to Shelsley Walsh. It's interesting to see that mix. We do have some very established runners. Then you have the likes of Lloyd Bettinson there in the STM Phoenix, who is leading the first ever time at Shelsley Walsh. His Yamaha R1 engined STM Phoenix. Good mix of backgrounds. Johnny Red says hello from Crossing Bend. So Johnny's on site with us.
It's also really pretty up there as well. You know, across the trees.
But I can probably see him from my commentary box as well. I wonder if he's the one wearing the red hat. That would make sense, but to be confirmed.
It's all good, but it's so quaint and
Getting ready to tackle the climb then is the number 45, the Peugeot 205, being readied by Stephen Baxter, driver in the wild pre-1998 class. We have pre- and post-98 classes for the milds, the wilds and the outlaws. 6 branches, if you will. Here comes Stephen Baxter now. Should be ready in just a minute or two. And sure enough, here comes Baxter in the 205 GTI. Ready through Crossing Bend. RWL Motorsport number 45 runs through the bottom S and gets a little bit squirrely, a bit out of shape between the 2 S-bend corners, but just about keeps it in a straight line. Is that an improved lap, or an improved run I should say? 38.82 from Baxter that time by is indeed a much better run. Here comes the STM Phoenix then of Lloyd Bettinson. Said Lloyd actually running here at Shelsley for the very first time. So always a baptism of fire when you approach a hill climb as a newcomer to the layouts, but he's already hanging the tail out. He's confident that he knows where he's going. Comes across the line now. A 37.52 for Lloyd Bettinson is his best time of the morning so far. Comes Tony Bonfield then. Here's Austin Mini. Always love a Mini that has the wide wheel arches. See plenty of that in Super Mighty Minis racing on a good few cars in climb sprint competition. Tony Bonfield has run more than just this Mini, but Minis have certainly been the car of his career, to say the least. Tony out of top S now. And on the blast to the flying finish. What's Tony's best time so far? A 42.28. That was over 1.7 seconds quicker. Here's Damien Bradley then. Difficult to say that the Subaru Legacy looks unimposing in that spec. You can tell it's not standard, but maybe you wouldn't expect 700 horsepower out of a Legacy, but that's what Damien Bradley has done with it. It's an incredible machine. 29.1 is his best ever run here up Shelsley. Internally, here at Shelsley Walsh, some people reckon that this might be the car that could one day break the closed car record here, which is a very low 28. Not doing that in these conditions, of course. 33.52 from Damien Bradley. It is another improvement as the conditions improve here this morning. Here goes Martin Collins once again. Although we do have red flags out. So his time has been, or his run up the hill has been curtailed there. So there is a brief pause. Red flag on the hill.
Probably is 100k. I won't thanks. No, could I put it, could I sandwiches there? Don't mind. Yeah. You want yours on?
Great to have these camera angles up and down the Shelsley Walsh hill climb. Great view. Almost looks like it's going up into the heavens, but it is up into the flying finish. And of course we have the look over bottom and top S as well. Always interesting once we get into the meat of the day, how late on the brakes they are going into bottom S. Something to do with personnel on the posts. Of course, the marshals here at Shelsley. Yet another branch of the nationwide Orange Army that do such great things for our sport. But that will be where a lot of the action happens and where a lot of the time is made there at top and bottom S. We've already seen a few cars get a little bit squirrely. There's confirmation of what's happened there. Damien Bradley has overshot at the finish. So Damien hopefully hasn't done too much to that car, but he's overshot at the finish. We'll have to see how things are for him. The MR2 is being returned back to Paddock meanwhile. So a little bit of a pause here. Great to see so many of you interacting on the stream. Of course, we will wait for word from the top of the hill in regards to Damien Bradley's overshoot before we talk too much more. But for now we await the return to action and word from the top of the hill.
literally spilled out of this coffee.
Here's an opportunity then, while we wait on this red flag, to take a look at a sunnier day here at Shelsley Walsh on the live stream. Damien Bradley putting the full might of the Team Legacy Subaru on display. Here you can see a competitive run. Some great commitment on the curbs at bottom S. But we might see a little bit of opposite lock out of the car coming out of top S, but it's a well-sorted machine. And that's an example of what I believe was a 29-second run here at Shelsley. So that's a great example of just how quick things can get from the onboard view there from Damien Bradley, for those of you watching on the live stream. If you want to see the run that I just described to you and you're here at the circuit, I believe it is on the Shelsley Walsh Twitter as well, that piece of footage. So if you do feel a bit left out by the fact that I talked about something that you couldn't see from the spectator banks, that's the only solution I can offer you, really. But red flag continues to halt proceedings on the hill for now, but hopefully it won't be too long before we get word that we can return to running. The Ford Anglia patiently waiting among a few others at the bottom of the hill. Good to see a number of you still on the screen. We have John Dunn there confirming his Evo 7 at a big 700 horsepower motor on that. And the Hill Climb Monsters guys, who are very nicely chiming in with information for everybody, saying that John Dunn certainly has a spot reserved for the 2022 edition of Quick 60. Good. We like early interest. That's always good in a racing event. And then thank you to Fresh and Minty saying this is all a bit professional. Watching until I head over this afternoon. So we'll see Mr. Fresh and Minty over for the Retro Rides gathering tomorrow. Of course, we'll see many exciting cars pulling up for tomorrow's proceedings over the course of today, no doubt. But it's not as if we're lacking exciting cars today either. And certainly with the Quick 60 format, the elimination format, which we will discuss in detail come the time of the competitive running, we're expecting plenty of excitement on the hill. Definitely recommend staying on if you're here for Quick 60. If you can stay on for tomorrow, do so. The Retro Rides gathering, always a treat, always plenty to see and do. And already some spectacular cars in the campsite. So you know what I'll be doing with my lunch break later on. Having a little bit of a snoop. Not often you can see yourself on camera in these YouTube live streams, but I can. So that's nice. Face for radio, etc. Hopefully we will be back to green flag conditions before too long. We can see the Anglia take its run, and we can see the MR2 complete its run. Of course, we didn't see the Martin Collins Toyota complete the run before the flag. We will, once again, just wait a couple of minutes before bringing any further discussion to the stream. Back with you with running in just a little while. we are about ready to go running once again. The Ford Anglia making its way up to the start line. Morgan about to take the start. And a very spirited start for John. He's been waiting for a few minutes there. He's eager to get off the line and takes the Anglia up the hill. I don't think that was his best launch, it must be said, but it was certainly a crowd pleaser. Heads up towards bottom S now. What is John's best time so far today? A 42.39. Little bit of oversteer. And both of the S-bands waggling the tail out of top S. Commitment and I'm not sure precision is the word, but certainly hanging the tail out for John Morgan. A 41.29, his best run of the day so far. And here's Martin Collins getting another go at his run. So he was just onto the circuit before the red flag a few moments ago. Now Martin Collins gets another go at it in his MR2. Quite surprised that this car is considered to be in the class. Certainly looks quite stock, but the powers that be have placed it into wild. There goes Eric Murray in the Hillman Imp 1 litre pocket rocket. Best time so far at 39.8. He just broke the 40-second barrier on that previous run. Had a good launch this time around. Looks a little bit more committed through bottom and top S as well. The confidence building. The course just slightly drying as well. And this time a 37.95 for Eric. Here's Ross Parker. Plenty of wheel spin out of the Civic, but 4.25 seconds to the 64-foot marker isn't the best launch. Of course, these front-wheel drive cars, uphill start can be a little bit difficult. Through the S-bend goes Ross, who had quite a big accident at Coombe a few years ago. Racing in the Hot Hatch Championship, but he had to reshell a car out of that one, but great to see him here today. Shelsley Walker 14.90, his best time by quite some way, as a matter of fact, so Ross Parker's confidence building. Comes Martin Rutter in the Fiat X19. The X19, quite famously, does some giant killing over in Denmark. Very developed version like Ravison, who actually routinely beats Porsche Cup cars and cars of that manner. The Fiat X19, granted a lot of their circuits are rather narrow and winding in nature. It is a feat of engineering. It shows that the X19 does have a lot of potential in it. Not the most spirited of getaways from Darren Spooner there. Looked quite conservative. Although by the time he gets to the crossing, clearly all is well because he's up to somewhat a normal pace. But the time attack 205, for a moment there, thought it might have been a little bit worse for wear. This car, that 205, has a 2-litre motor out of a Peugeot 306 with added turbocharger, and that allows for a lot more power than 1.1 GTI. Here comes a wonderful XR 4x4 makes such a wonderful howl. Richard West at the wheel of the Sierra. Already around Crossing Bend. Towards top and bottom S now. It's a little more committed through top S that time. Confidence building as the conditions steadily improve. A 37.19 was some 2.5 seconds quicker than any time we've seen out of Richard so far today. Here comes Brian Stevens in the Civic, the EP3 shaped Civic. Ready through Crossing Bend. Bounces on the approach to bottom and top S. Looks like it's a little softer sprung than some of the Outlaw class cars, for example, but you'd expect that out of this Civic running in the Wild class. The post 1998, in fact no, it's in the Wild class. No, I was right the first time, it is a Wild class car. Always should follow my first instinct. Here's Jim Herbert's then, another car in the Wild post 1998 classification. See what Jim can extract from the Evo 5 he shares with James on this run. Slightly slower off the line than James's last run, just a couple of tenths in it. Oh, and a big handful opposite lock coming out of bottom S there, catches it nicely. Up towards the flying finish goes Herbert, and it's a 36.59 for Jim. Best time for James so far is 34.75. We'll have to see whether that gap between the two drivers of that car narrows or expands across the day. Here's Paul Jones then in the Exige. A very well-known local car and driver. Takes quite a tight line into the bottom S by the looks of it compared to some of the others. Jones up towards the flying finish. Now what kind of time do we see out of him? A 38.22 is his best. That was a 36.72. Second game. Here's the Yan Speed Evo 6 of Stephen Moore. I think this is the first time we've seen this car run since the live stream was fired up this morning, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken. Stephen Moore headed into bottom S now. Speed backing on that machine. Moore's best time today so far a 36.38, and that was 34.57. So Stephen in the comments section.
And then he picked up the mill plate, right? It was too heavy. So he built a crossbow.
Here comes Nigel Mee. Nigel, who is only in his second event back after having quite a severe spinal injury. A couple of years ago in a rally event, he went rallying for the first time in 2 years about 6 weeks ago, so this is only his second event back from injury. Great to see Nigel running here for the first time at Shelsley Walsh. It's a new experience for him. Here's another Impreza in the hands of Nigel Burke. Now Nigel Burke is running in the post-1998 Outlaw. I don't have him on my timing screen at the moment, but Burke just running up the hill there with a little bit of oversteer. Oh, and a little bit more going through the S's there. That was not a clean run through the S's as well. He almost met the banks twice there. Thankfully managed to keep it out of any grief. Here comes Mick Wilkes in the unique Bedford. Certainly dances and scurries around under power, does the Bedford van. I said it used to be a chicken coop at one point. It also used to be a post office van. Before it was a chicken coop, you'll be unsurprised to hear. Of course, runs a much different configuration these days. It's got the engine out of a Calibra Turbo in it. It's also on 5th gear several years ago. Showcased very nicely on that programme with Johnny Smith. 42.34 for Mick across the line, and here comes the Volkswagen Beetle 1303 with the ducktail spoiler and the Porsche 2.7 litre motor. Some flat 6 noise here on the hill. That's how Jeremy Clarkson sees all Porsches. He always talks about how they're all Volkswagen Beetles. Well, this one really is a Volkswagen Beetle. It might have been smoking a little bit there. 39.51 for James, which is an improvement. And here comes the 2CV. Despite being a 2CV, I think that one shakes the commentary box more than any other car as it comes past. It's a very unique machine. The Sports Libra entry, Alex de Vries at the wheel. Alex, who works in offshore salvage during the week, has owned this car for 18 years. It's got a supercharged level 50cc BMW bike engine, which has pulled him to a 43.15, which is a much better time. That's comfortably the best time he's set so far this morning. And here comes John Doubleday in the mighty Fraud Cortina. 5.7 litre GM motor. Donovan V8, which actually, in its original purpose, would have been powering a powerboat motor. It would have been powering a racing powerboat. Instead, it's powering a racing car. John looking pretty comfortable with his machine, catching some slides, and for the first time on the stream, here is the mighty Metro, the 6R4.com car. Dr. Ian Rowlands at the wheel of the car that can be put up to about 800 horsepower. I understand that it's going to be running maybe 500 or 600 in these conditions. But the twin-turbo 6R4, surely one of the favourites today, not just for honours in the quick 60 classification, but also just a spectacular sight up the Shelsley Walsh Hill climb. Ian comes across the line now, a 34.17 Metro 6R4. Here's Ian Medcalf in the Fiat 500 Special Saloon. The Swift Tune motor in the back. About half of a Fiat 500. The bottom half has been lopped off by the looks of it. Of course, so many incredible specials were built in this era. Who can forget the wonderful Volkswagen Beetle with Formula 5000 chassis, engine, and just about everything else underneath it. Eamon Collins in the TT is next up the climb, already through Kennel Bend. The car that we have next up is also supposed to be a TT, or it was originally envisaged as a TT, but as you'll see, it is ever so slightly different looking these days. Eamon Collins with a slightly more standard car, despite the big wing. relative to this thing, the SVR Chrono of Simon Bainbridge. I take it back, that car shakes the commentary box a lot more than the 2CV. Up the hill he goes once again. What's Eamon's best time so far this morning? It's 40.51. Now that the conditions are all but dry, by the looks of it. Well, no, maybe about halfway is dry. We should start to see him get a bit quicker. He's certainly sideways through top S. Crossing the line now for a 32.79, so he has certainly opened the floodgates there. In fact, it was just 100th of a second off of his best. I was looking at the wrong name there, I must admit, when I said his best time. My apologies, 32.78 is best one so far. Here is a very trick piece of kit then. The Ford Fiesta Supercar. Full British Rallycross specification. This machine should also be a favourite. Mike Manning at the wheel of this 600 brake horsepower four-wheel drive Fiesta. And he's off the line. Great launch. 2.4 seconds to the 64-foot marker. That tells you all you need to know, really. What a launch through the crossing bend now. Let's see how committed he is this time through the S. Yeah, certainly more committed now. A little bit of a four-wheel drift coming into bottom S. Let's see what kind of time Mike Manning puts in. It's a 33.27, so about 4/10 off of Simon Bainbridge and his SBR Chrono. But Mike Manning in the Fiesta Supercar certainly getting quicker. We haven't seen Steve Mundy out this time. Mundy, who of course also has a Fiesta Supercar here today, one of a slightly older body shape. But we are now, I think, just seeing the end of that batch. I think the cars will now be returning to Paddock. And these practice runs continue, and great to see that 6R4 out for the first time on the stream. And it got a reaction, predictably. Sam Yep says 6R4, amazing. Wholeheartedly agree. Retro Motoring saying sideways 6R4, awesome. Couldn't agree anymore with those sentiments. What a machine that is. Can run 800 brake horsepower with the boost up. That car's practically a family heirloom at this stage. It's been running with the Rowlands family for so long. It was originally a rallycross machine in the European Championship many years ago, and a few different configurations ago. One of the fastest closed hill climb cars in Europe is an X19, says Hill Climb Monsters on the YouTube live stream. Search for Manuel Dondi's X19. You know what, I think I did see that at some point on my lockdown YouTube adventures. I'm fairly certain I've seen that car in action before. Here come the last batch then back down. What a mix of shapes, sizes and configurations we have here today in the Quick 60. Once we do get into the meat of the day, the shootout, the eliminations, make for some very exciting running. As we've said, 60% of the top 60% in each run will be put through to the next round. The bottom 40% will be eliminated in each class. As the day goes on, we'll do our best to tell you who's survived, who's been eliminated as the day goes on, once we do get to competitive running, but we believe that will be after lunch break. There you go, pair of Imprezas. A post office van that used to be a chicken coop but now has a Calibra turbo engine. A BMW motorcycle engine 2CV, a special saloon 2 Fiat 500, all coming down the hill on the stream cam, and good to see the Subaru Legacy making its way down under its own power. So that indicates to me Damien Bradley's Legacy is okay. Looks like it hasn't got too much in the way of cosmetic damage. Of course, that car was the cause of the red flag during that batch. Overshooting the finish, but thankfully Looks as though Damien will live to fight on today. Can see a little bit of cosmetic wear and tear on the front end, no doubt caused by the excursion. But the car looks relatively okay, which when you have an off is all you can really ask for. So then we will have a brief pause before the next batch of cars gets out there. We will just say one thing. Retro GSXR, who's commented, looks like rain, how's the weather report? We all know commentators shouldn't talk about the weather, so I'm going to decline to comment, but if you want to look into the weather independently, I'm not optimistic, but hopefully we do get some dry runs in today, is what I'll say. We'll be back with more once the next batch of cars heads to the line. So Chris Wright gets the Lotus Elan underway to start another run through for this batch of cars. This is batch 1, which is the slightly lighter set for the mild pre and post 1998 entries. We do also have a couple of the wild class cars that are being shared running in this batch as well. But a slightly smaller batch is batch 1. And little Elan looking to be wheeled a little more aggressively through the S-bend on that occasion by Chris Wright, so his confidence is coming up. Let's see what he puts in on this occasion. A 46.45 is his best run so far this morning. Alex Thornton is next. Here comes the wheel spin off the fronts. The Honda Integra, the 1.8 litre motor, the Type R. That's a fairly smooth launch, actually, that. I think he might have heard me and decided to prove me wrong. Alex Thornton off the line then. Let's see what kind of time he can put in. It's a little bit drier than it was last time he was at the line. A 41.14 was his best time so far today. We know that Alex is capable of more, and the conditions are pointing to things improving for at least the next little while. Does he go sub 40 seconds? Not quite, a 40.24 that time. And would you believe me if I said that that Integra is sharing a class with this Ford Falcon? Well, I hope you do, because I am telling the truth. Clark Devi's Ford Falcon, the 4.2 litre V8 motor, the Ford Falcon Sprint. Fabulous machine, being wrestled up the hill by Clark, who looks a lot more committed this time going into the bottom S. Was late on the brakes there. We said earlier on, really having to fight it coming out of top S as well. Certainly couldn't get two of them side by side up this hill, but that's the case for quite a great many cars, it must be said. Oliver Wright in the 106 GTI is next as Clark crosses the line at a 43.21, which is his best run of the day so far. So then Oliver Wright in the 41, the 106 GTI, shares this car with his girlfriend, Anime Furness. She's not running today. Oliver lives just across the valley, actually, from Shelsley, so a regular competitor, as we've already said, has a good record behind him in the Midland Automobile Club. 37.75 on that occasion from Oliver, which is another improvement, takes about half a second out of his time. Retro GSXR won't display it on the screen, but talking about if they rain, do they go to wets? Some of the cars that will be running slicks anyway, yes. There are some slicks and wets on cars like the 6R4 and some of that more weapons grade machinery, but some of these will be running cut tyres anyway and won't be changing to slicks as a result, or won't be changing for the wet tyres anyway as a result. Baxter across the line in the Saxo at 14.46 as Chris Beresford gets off the line in his Subaru. That thing definitely launched a 2.33 there. Very quick time to the 64-foot marker. Heading into the bottom S now. Doesn't look to have too much of the Pretzer understeer that sometimes throws itself. In fact, he's got quite a lot of oversteer, as it turns out, coming out of top S. What kind of time does he put in? It's a 34.40, which must be his best time so far. Yes, it is, but not by as much as I thought. Just a few tenths. Here comes Alex Gilchrist Jones. This thing has a little bit more power than it came out of the factory with. 530 brake horsepower. Alex Gilchrist Jones, who, as we said, is an employee of Bentley Motors. Has to spend his downtime throwing this Evo 9 up hills and along sprint courses in the area. 34.11 that time for Alex is another improvement. In fact, an improvement of exactly 2 seconds. So good work from Alex there. Simon Curtin in the Exige. A little bit cautious through the crossing bend. That little featherweight Exige. Committed run. Can dance through the corners. Curtin. Best time so far is a, let's have a look. Philip West off the line. It was 38.64 the best run from Curtin today, so he didn't improve on that occasion. Philip West in the Sierra XR 4x4. Car always launched with a great amount of gusto and spirit, and fires its way up the hill now towards the finish line. What kind of time are we seeing out of the Sierra on this occasion? A 37.84, which is another improvement from Phil West. Again, the conditions are improving, so we are going to see improvements from the run, most likely. Though I do think we're starting to have rain spitting again. As James Herbert takes to the track once again, the Evo 5, our last runner of this batch. James and Jim Herbert, based in Winchester. Journey up from the south up here to Shelsley Walsh. Same journey I made, actually, although I'm a little further south in Portsmouth. A 35.84 from the Evo on that occasion, which is not the best time we've seen from James Herbert. A 34.75 on his last run So he lost about a second on that one. I dare say that might be because we started spitting with rain again by the looks of it in the last couple of minutes. So Herbert maybe just suffering a little bit of what we call mental rain. The batch of cars now heading back into the paddock. So it will be just a few minutes before we have more on-track action.
It's quite used to go to Chloe a little bit when she used to go running.
Yeah. Afterwards, isn't it? Stretch after.
It's smaller. That's why you didn't stretch.
It helps you when you are running.
So some replays on the live stream just being shown there. Lots of action at the S-Bends, one of the best places to view cars at Shelsley Walsh, of course. As the batch 1 cars head back into paddock. Of course, some of them are immediately sent back out with their second drivers. A few cars getting a good amount of running in today. Such a great variety of machines, as we so often see here at Shelsley Walsh. Great to see some more of the comments coming in. Retro Motoring saying, I'll be packing a spare pair of boots for when I'm there tomorrow. It looks like it'll be muddy. I think that could be advisable if you're in the camping or if you're on the grass. Yes, I think that might be the wisest option for you. And plenty of comments about the lushness of the general vicinity of Shelsley Walsh as well. And it's a very picturesque layout, very picturesque facility. The oldest, longest running racing venue in the country. So it has remained with good reason. That's because it is one of the finest venues for hill climbing in this nation. So that batch has returned to the paddock, and that means we will see our next group of cars up the hill in just a few moments as the practice runs continue here this morning. We'll be back with you in the commentary box in just a couple of minutes.
Good job, Ahmed.
So then the Peugeot 205 GTI, the MI16 model of Stephen Baxter, prepared by his own RWL Motorsport outfit, about ready to launch off the line in just a couple of moments. As our batch 2 runners once again ready up to take the hill. There goes the 205 once again. Baxter with a decent launch, looks a bit more committed through the crossing bend on that occasion. Let's see how much speed he carries through the S section. Yeah, it looks like he's putting in a good old wheel job there through the S bends. What kind of time do we get out of him? 38.28. Does that eclipse his previous efforts? It does, by just about 0.6 of a second. Here's Lloyd Bettinson then, the hill climb debutant, as quite a few drivers are here today. The Quick 60 format, the retro rides gathering organisers, managing to rope in some new drivers who have not tried this style of running before. Lloyd Bettinson, his first visit to Shelsley Walsh, embedding himself nicely. What kind of time do we see out of him? A 36.68. Is that his best so far? Yes, another second or so taken out of the time. Only on-field is in the Mini. Some BMW motorcycle components in the engine bay for this car, so it's especially potent, this little Mini. Tony, as we've said, knows his way around a Mini, so this car could be a force to be reckoned with and could do some giant killing once we get into competitive running. Field up the hill. Best time so far is a 40.57, and he's comfortably going to beat that, a 39.11 on that occasion. Martin Collins, his way up the hill in the MR2. No red flag for him to deal with that time. Does look as though the Subaru Legacy, oh, the MR2 there with a bit of snap oversteer, lift off oversteer is a common trait in Mark 1 MR2s, in fact all MR2s. I think that's a bit of what Martin Collins got there. In the Anglia 105 once again. I was just saying, it does look as though the Legacy isn't coming out for this practice run. It does have a little bit of bodywork that's had a light taken to it after the red flag incident. The car looked to be largely in one piece. John Morgan hanging the tail out on the Anglia this time by. Over the line for a 39.27. Is that an improvement? Yes, it is. In fact, John Morgan with his first sub-40 time of the morning. In fact, it is now technically the afternoon. That's by. Nonetheless, Eric Maury just heading up the hill now in the Hillman Imp. 2.73 to the 64-foot marker. How we measure the quality of a start, and that's a relatively good start out of Eric there. I think that might be his fastest run to the 64-foot timing beam, and a 36.91. Is that his best time so far? goes the X19, Martin Rutter. With his race engine, he's also got quite a trick gearbox out of that. It was once quite unreliable, but worked hard to make it a little more sturdy. The Colotti dogleg gearbox. Finest Italian engineering that has since been perfected to make sure it doesn't explode. And as Rutter breaks the timing beam for a 44.11, Richard West is taking to the hill in the XR 4x4. 3 metre, 6-cylinder soundtrack. Commitment through the opening corners. Still a bit tentative, I think, through the S-bends, but it is quite a lot of car and quite a nose-heavy car as well. Aaron Spooner off the line in his time attack 2:05 once again. This only a 1.6 motor, I assume a GTI motor, but it has been rather breathed on, shall we say. In fact, no, this it says 1.6 on the graphics, but I thought I had it down as a 2-litre. No, I think I might be mixing up cars there. As a matter of fact, I think I was thinking of Ian Beecham's car, which doesn't seem to have made an appearance, but that's the Darren Spooner car with a 1.6-litre motor. Unfortunately, Brian Stevens' Civic doesn't look like it's going to take the run. No, it's not. Stevens didn't sound like he was able to get out of first gear there. Something was clearly amiss with the car. Got the red flag out as a precautionary measure there. But something was clearly lost, or clearly awry there with the Legacy, with the Civic. And while we talk about cars that are in the wars, it's worth noting Stephen Darley providing us with some information. The Legacy lost its alternator belts, so Damien's just fitting a replacement. So thank you, Stephen Darley, there for the information. So a little more than just cosmetic damage on the Legacy. Coming out of the incident at the top of the hill that was obviously off camera and caused our red flag a little while ago. But, hopefully Damien gets that car out there for our next set of practice runs. Jim Herbert then, just getting ready for the Evo 5. We are back to running conditions and the Mitsubishi is underway. 2.43 seconds to the 64-foot line. Good launch, as you'd expect out of the weapons grade 4-wheel drive car of Jim and James. Tips it into the bottom S, 22.84 at the split there. What is Jim's best time so far? It is a 36.59, and that was a notable improvement to 34.84 for Jim Herbert. He'll be happy with that one. Here's Paul Jones then in the orange Lotus Exige. This is, of course, the first generation Lotus Exige. We do have an example of the Gen 2 Exige out as well here this weekend. Not that we're missing a variety at all. But great to see a few generations of Lotus. We do have that beautiful Lotus Elan running today as well. Paul Jones, local driver, does plenty of running here at Shelsby, and he's looking more committed up the hill this time. What's his best run so far? A 36.72. On this occasion, he gets a 35.58. Here comes Nigel Mee. As you'll no doubt have spotted if you're in the paddock, while this does look on the surface like a factory livery, it is in fact promoting Springfield poultry. So where there would normally be stars on the blue and yellow Subaru, he does in fact have the outline of some chickens. So he's rather creatively advertised a business while staying true to the Subaru's traditional colours So some creative thinking there from Nigel Mee. Nigel just coming across the line now. And his time a 39.3, which is a slight improvement over what we've seen. Some good information from Hill Climb Monsters there. Yes, it is a 1.6 turbo in the Spooks 205, engine from a 106 GTI. Yes, I was rather crossing paths there with two cars that were on the entry list. I don't think we have Ian Beecham here, unfortunately, in his 205 GTI. That is the one, I think, that has the 306 GTI 6 motor in it. That car's sadly not here. The Darren Spooner 205 is a 106 GTI engine. And quite a potent one at that. Nigel Burke just about to launch the Impreza. 2.52 across the line as we get started. See, Nigel just taking a little bit careful through the crossing bend, just still bedding himself in. A bit crossed up there through the bottom S as well. And a nice little spirited slide at top S as well, so trying line just about breaks the 40-second barrier on a 39.79.
That's what I thought I'd bring to a penny. Because I was thinking he was going to sit on the hill.
Still don't have, I do have Burke now on my timing. He's in the wild 398 class, and his best time of 39.1, so that 39.7 not quite up to his own standards. James Collins, he's got a benchmark of 39.51 in the Porsche Beetle. Crosses the line again, doesn't break the 40-second barrier on this occasion, a 40.69 for James Collins that time. Alex de Vries already headed up the hill in the BMW motored Citroen. Looks like he's got a good amount of confidence under braking as he turns in to the bottom S. See all sorts of weird, wonderful, wild Citroen 2CVs at the annual 24-hour 2CV race over at Snetterton and in Europe at Spa. There's always a great number of motorcycle engine hybrids, as they call them, but not in the electric motor sense. Here's the Bedford HA Viva van then, the Mick Wilkes car, as we said, Calibra turbo motor, more of a dragster than anything, as you might be able to tell by the very, very wide rear tyres. But Mick is not afraid to throw it at a few different challenges when the opportunity arises. Hence he's with us then on the hill climb. Certainly some travel in that suspension as he goes through bottom and top S, and he's definitely trying hard. Mick Wilkes, great to see. Probably lays down some 11s under power as well. 42.33 out of Mick on that occasion. That is his best run so far by just 1/100th of a second, so you can't say he's not consistent. Brian Stevens does take a run this time. We saw him attempt it and then seemingly have a bit of an issue. But now the car is back up and running. And Brian Stevens already up to the bottom S. He's pushing quite hard as well. What's his best time thus far? He'll be in the wild post 98s. A 41.14 his best thus far. Doesn't quite match it, but only 3/10 off. And here comes the uncharacteristic rumble out of the Ford Cortina Mark II, unless of course you know what you're looking at, in which case you know that is the fraud Cortina, the spent saloon Cortina that once ran in the hands of Derek Doc Merrild many years ago. The Australian dentist who had a penchant for creating crazy cars. many, many moons ago, and John Doubleday continuing that legacy. This car has been in the Doubleday family for 40 years at this stage. 41.6 the time for John on that occasion. Here comes the Metro, and what a launch out from Ian Rowlands there, a 2.39 off the line. Ian in the 6R4 will no doubt be turning the boost up as the weather conditions improves, and so do the confidence levels at the wheel. He was a bit wide there through the bottom S, but he's showing no lack of commitment. Probably one of the most famous Metro 6R4s outside of the factory Group B rally machines. This side of Tony Pond, you could say. Ian Metcalf next at the line in another car with a special saloon pedigree. As Ian says, not many places to run this kind of car these days in competition on circuits, but he doesn't let that stop him from getting the car out at any given opportunity. So again here today at the Quick 60 Hill Climb Shootout Challenge. His best time so far is a 38.79. Let's see if he can match that. I think he is on for an improvement this time. Might make me eat my words though. He does improve, 37.86, so just about a second quicker than his best. Collins next up in the TT. This car running in the Outlaw class, post 98 Outlaws. Of course, as you may have already noticed at the back of shot, our next car is the Steve Mundy Fiesta, the two Rallycross supercars that we have here today, and that should be a spirited run if we've learnt anything from Steve Mundy so far today. Nathan Collins crossing the line then as Steve Mundy launches. Sounds a little bit flat off the line, I think. Something doesn't quite sound right on the Mundy car. Didn't launch with the gusto I was expecting either, so Steve Mundy, I think, might be a couple of cylinders shy of what he should be in the Fiesta, actually. Certainly not at full speed as he heads up towards bottom S now. Way off his pace. That's a shame to see. Looking forward to a good run out of the Fiesta. It doesn't look like all is well in that car. No such issues for Simon Bainbridge though. The mighty thunder of that 4.2 litre V8 SPR Chrono up the hill once again. With each passing run, Simon Bainbridge. His last two runs, a 32.78 and a 32.79. So can he improve? He's been consistent over the last couple of runs. Bainbridge with a 32.01 on that occasion. So Simon just a little bit quicker, about 8/10 off his best to cap off that batch of cars on yet another practice run. So this batch of cars now returning to the paddock as the day rolls on here at Quick 60. Great to see the likes of Bainbridge right up there in the times, and also getting to see more and more commitment out of Ian Rowlands in the 6R4 as well. They are running in separate classes, but there is several different jackpots on offer here. There's a £250 jackpot in each class and an additional £250 jackpot for the fastest overall time of the day. Just £90 the entry fee today as well, so the drivers that have the most commitment with the right pedal and wheel might well end up coming out of the day with a net profit, which is always the ideal in a motor racing scenario. And not one that we get often, actually. Prize pots not as common as they used to be in racing. But the batch just returning to the paddock now. Doesn't look as though we have another batch of cars forthcoming, so I am wondering if that is lunch break. We don't have a formal timetable here today, but I think that might be the point where they call it. And Johnny Red there, great run by Bainbridge, getting quicker, he says. Yes, the chrono is certainly getting there as the conditions come to the cars. I imagine he's on the slicks at this point. Won't have been earlier on though. And there we go, confirmation through. Lunch break, live action will resume at 1:30. I believe that's when we'll start getting into the competitive element of the day, where we start to see eliminations, where we start to see the lay of the land in terms of who's quickest of all here today at Shelsley Walsh in Quick 60. As we've said, we'll talk you through the format in detail before we get to that running, but you will see cars run again at 1:30 here on the hill. So it will be a break for myself and a break for those of you watching the stream, but do hang around, do stay with us, because there is plenty more to come here today at Shelsley Walsh. Thank you to those of you that have been tuning in and chatting and providing information with those of you with inside scoops out in the paddock or indeed back home. Thank you to all of you. From myself, Adam Weller, have a good lunch break yourselves if you're about to eat, and we'll see you again very soon with more Quick 60 Hill Climb Shootout Challenge.
Desert Park School, that's what you're doing.
So then, as you can see, the afternoon's action has snuck up on us. We're about ready to go back to running up the hill here for the quick 60 hill climb shootout challenge, and we are now at the point where we get to talk about the format. So, quick 60, the clue is in the title. In each group of cars, of course, we have 6 groups, mild, wild and outlaw, pre and post 98 in each. We will see the quickest 60% of the cars progress to the next round, so on and so forth, until we only have 2 cars remaining in the last round, and of course it will then be a shootout to see who takes the class honours. And there is a prize pot not just for class honours, but also for the overall honours as well. So the fastest time of the day from anybody in any class will win £250. There's also a £250 pot in each of the classes we have today. These are the mild pre-1998 cars being led off by the beautiful Lotus Elan 2S of Chris Wright. It's Chris Wright just coming across the line now. 48.29 is the benchmark then. So they're going to be doing 2 runs each initially, and the fastest of the two runs that each driver set will then determine whether or not they get through to the next round. In this class, it's relatively slim picking, so we'll have to see how many people make it through. They're going to round upwards where possible to make sure as many people as possible do progress into the next round. There goes the Integra then of Alex Thornton. His first runs up the Shelsley Walsh Hill climb today. Across the line he comes, and it's a 41.67, so that blows the time out of the water from the little Lotus. There goes something that's not at all little, the big Ford Falcon of Clark Devey. Didn't look like he got the best run off the line in the big Falcon. This is another car from the mild pre-98 class. Now mild, I should say, as we talk about this mighty 4.2 litre Ford Falcon Sprint V8 car, refers to the state of tune they are in, how close to stock or how far from stock they are. So even though this is a very wildly different car from both of the ones we've seen already, it's in this class owing to how stock or otherwise it is. Looks like that time's going to be in the high 40s then. Should be somewhere around a 49.0, a 49.8, as Oliver Wright should already be coming up towards the S's. In fact, there he is now, running up towards the bottom S. Oliver Wright, who runs here a lot with the Midland Automobile Club. Has plenty of experience. He has a good car for these conditions. Front wheel drive in the wet is always beneficial. Across the line with a 38.01 from Oliver Wright. That's a good time to lay down, as the Citroen Saxo of Joshua Baxter is next up, the son of RWL Motorsport's other driver, who of course is running in the wild class in the Peugeot 205, that being Stephen Baxter. Joshua then with a good launch to the 64-foot marker, 3.09 in these conditions in a front-wheel drive car is a fair lick. So let's see whether this car can set a good time. Baxter, of course, is in the post-98 class in his Saxo, so this is the first of our post-98 runners. That's worth mentioning for sure. There goes Josh now. A 41.48 is the benchmark then for the post-98s. And here's Chris Beresford in another wildly different machine then. This being the Subaru Impreza from the London-based driver Chris Beresford. It's got a fair bit of power on it. Beresford is also the custodian of hillclimbing.org, which is a great bastion of information. Learn more about hill climbing in this country, so do check that out. But Chris Beresford just across the line now, 37.17 for him. here comes Alex Gilchrist-Jones then. Alex in the Lancer. This car has in excess of 530 horsepower, so it's a mighty beast. The Winsford-based driver at the wheel of the 38. It's the Evo 9, the penultimate Evo. They rounded out the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo range at 10. 36.10, ironically, from Alex Gilchrist-Jones. Makes him the fastest run we've had so far. And unless this man, Simon Curtin, can do anything about it, he'll be the fastest post-1998 car. Here is the Exige. Simon Curtin with a good launch. Heads through the crossing bend now. Up to the bottom and top S section. A reminder, no one will be eliminated based on this run. They have 2 bites of the cherry, 2 runs before we have to consider eliminations. But at this point, of course, we are in the competitive element of the day. So any holds that were barred previously are surely out of the window. Here comes Simon Curtin, crosses the line, 39.21, puts him behind a couple of drivers, but still not a bad run from him. Here comes Ben Bonfield then. Ben, who's of course running out of group as that car is shared. That's Ben Bonfield, of course, Tony sharing that car with him, but the younger son, Ben, he himself has been hill climbing for 17 years, so even though he's the son, he has a lot of experience himself. Ben comes up to the line to set the first benchmark for the Wild pre-1998 class. And it's a 41.6 for the Mini. Here comes Philip West then. This is another car within Wild pre-1998. And let's see what kind of time we get out of the big Ford Sierra XR 4x4. This car needed a significant rebuild a couple of years ago. But it's in fine shape these days. Across the line now, plenty of power to put down, and what kind of time do we get out of it? A 39.6 does beat the little Mini for the time being in the Wild pre-98 ranks. Here's our first runner in Wild post-98, another car that's running out of batch, as it were, because it's being shared among 2 drivers. A good launch to the 64-foot marker from James Herbert. James, who is typically a little bit faster, comes to the line now. This will be an important benchmark. The first Wild post-98 entry, of course, 4-wheel drive Evo should be quick and is a 36.44. However, that is slower than the much more stock Evo of Alex Gilchrist-Jones. So Alex, I say much more stock, as I said, it has well over 500 horsepower under the hood, but obviously, visually speaking, a lot more standard looking and in a much more standard condition, hence it's in the mild class rather than the wild class. But still, it is Gilchrist-Jones who is the fastest of anybody in that first batch of cars, and of course leading then the mild post-98 class as well. And so long as that time isn't massively beaten on the second competitive runs, you would expect Gilchrist-Jones to be comfortably into the next round of competition. Drivers at risk, potentially Ben Bonfield. We'll have to see what the rest of the Wild pre-1998 running order looks like once they come out onto circuit in just a few moments' time. Certainly Clark Devey is going to want to improve in his big Ford Falcon if he is to get more opportunities on the circuit today. Just the 4 cars in that class, the Falcon, the Integra, the Elan and the 106 GTI. So we'll have to wait and see whether he has anything more to produce and show to us. And Chris Wright, of course, could also still be in danger. The 2 classics, the Elan and the Falcon, in these conditions will be tricky drives. And hopefully we do get to see some more, but they are going to have to go a little bit quicker in their second run in just a few moments in order to progress any further in this elimination quick 60 format. But quick 60, the fastest 60% of the drivers in each class will progress on to the next round. That will continue until we only have 2 remaining in each class. Of course, at that point, we'll find out who the quick is and who will go away with prize pots at the end of the day. So then this batch is returning to the paddock, which means we can now have our batch 2 cars. And if you enjoy things that are a little bit loud, a little bit eccentric, or a little bit muscular, this is the group, the batch for you. We have everything from former post office vans right up to bespoke V8 powered racing monsters and even some rallycross cars as well. So this is going to be an exciting few cars. Now of course, in these conditions, the order of hierarchy may change somewhat. You'd expect cars like the incredible SBR Chrono of Simon Bainbridge to be right up there in normal circumstances, but in the rain, that might all change. As you'll have seen on screen just a few moments ago, we are keeping an active eye on the YouTube comments section and our social media feeds, and we will bring up certain messages up onto the screen as well between batches and interact with you as best possible from here in the commentary box. Myself, Adam Muller here in the commentary box at Chelsea, will bring you the action here today. And here is our first car of batch number 2. Stephen Baxter in the RWL Motorsport Peugeot 205. 1.9 GTI, the second iteration of the 205 GTI, of course, initially powered by 1.6 litre engines. Good launch there, very much controlled as he got the car underway. Of course, it's always difficult to launch a front-wheel drive car at the best of times, but in these conditions, there is a fine art to it. And Stephen Baxter clearly has it down. He's got plenty of experience, it must be said, so maybe not a surprise that he knows what he's doing. Through the bottom S he goes, and if you want an illustration of just how much slower these cars heading into the start-finish line, that's a 41.37 for Baxter, and a 34.01 is his time from earlier in the year when he visited in May. So about 7 seconds slower in these wet conditions. That time may, of course, come down, but there is that little bit more caution that creeps in when you are facing this kind of conditions. That is unless you're Lloyd Bettinson, who looks very committed in the STM Phoenix, maybe slightly over-committed on the throttle as he goes through the S-bend, and just about straightens it out for the run to the finish. This is going to be a great time across the line. Yes, 36.6 from Lloyd Bettinson. That is very impressive indeed. The Yamaha R1 powered car looking strong, and it looked to me as if Tony Bonfield may have some issues with that car, because that did not get off the line as slickly as I was expecting. It looked like he might have been just struggling for a gear on the rev limiter there, but Tony continues to run, so it looks like the car's up to speed now. The wide track Mini, which looks imposing when you add those big wheel arches to a original Mini. Just coming across the line now to take the flag with a 45.18. Meanwhile, Damien Bradley, great to see him back out there. You'll know if you were watching earlier on that a red flag was caused by this car after an off after the finish line, actually. But thankfully the car is still all together in one piece, albeit with a little bit of cosmetic damage on the front bumper. But Damien Bradley, surely one of the quickest drivers and quickest car combinations here today anyway. In these conditions, he should be lightning quick, and he surely is. A 33.97 across the line from the driver of the Subaru Legacy. He can turn that up to 700 plus brake horsepower. I dare suggest that boost knob might be a little bit dialed down in these conditions, but still a very potent machine. Now, John Morgan has been sideways all day long in this Ford Anglia, and sure enough, he is hanging the tail out of the bottom S. Absolutely fabulous driving from John Morgan. You can't fault the man's commitment in the beautiful Anglia. Comes across the line now for a 41.56. So the stopwatch doesn't say he's fastest, but certainly if we're talking style points, he's right up there. Fastest time of this first run through for everybody is Damien Bradley, that 33.97. A very impressive time indeed. Eric Murray, the low-slung Hillman Imp, just heading up to the S-bends now then. Looks fairly planted through the first and the second. Quite short wheelbase can be tricky in slippery conditions, but Eric certainly knows his way around the car, and a fairly drama-free run puts him on a 39.28. We are still deep in the wild pre-1998 category at this stage, and here is Ross Parker. Ross Parker, of course, a former, or a more notably a circuit racer. He hasn't really done much in the way of hill climbing before, but making the move from the Castle Combe Hot Hatch Championship to the Quick 60 Hill Climb Shootout Challenge. And it must be said, we have a great variety of backgrounds here in terms of people's racing pasts, so that makes it all the more exciting. 42.65 for Ross Parker that time by, so kind of towards the bottom of the timing sheets, but he still has one more run to try and improve before we have to worry about potential eliminations. Martin Rutter heads up the hill now. 3.22 at the 64-foot line. Coming across the S, a 28.89. Oh, but it looks like he's slowing. He has indeed come to a halt. So I think we're going to have to hold the next car, potentially. Red flags are out. Yes, red flags wave. As Martin Rutter's car has ground to a halt there. Not sure what happened to Martin there. Whether his racing engine has failed him, or whether it might be something wrong with the Calotti dogleg racing gearbox that he has. Either way, the car has petered out here, and we're going to have to just wait for him to back into the service road there at the bottom S. It wasn't a bad looking time, but unfortunately the car just started to lose momentum heading into that braking zone, and we can only hope for Chris's sake that he gets the car back out there, because of course there aren't that many Martin. Where did I get Chris from? Sorry. Martin Rutter, of course, will only get 2 bites of the cherry here before his day is done and he's eliminated with this Quick 60 format. So he's going to desperately hope that whatever's happened to the car can be quickly rectified so he can get some more track time here today. They had plenty of practice runs earlier on, but still the hunger will be there to press on with some more. Andy Lawrence talking about interaction. What about interacting with those of us at bottom S, says Andy Lawrence. Well then, hi Andy, how are you doing? Great view, of course, there as they approach what is probably, well, very much is the hardest braking zone of the circuit. It's an area of the track that, or an area of the climb that rewards commitment, but not too much commitment. There's a fine line to be trod, and in these conditions it becomes more like a tightrope. deceptive hill climbs a lot of the time. Yes, especially here in the UK, we do have fairly short runs up a majority of our hills. But there are certainly nuances to the courses and time to be found, especially if you're one of the local drivers that really knows your way around the venue. Here is the Spooks 205 then. The 205 with a 106 GTI engine and a significant turbocharger. Darren Spooner at the wheel. As you can see from the sunstrip, he is a regular in time attack competition. Size of the wing on the 205. He's underway. 64-foot marker, a 329 there, so that's a respectable start. Picks up the throttle now. And lots of turbo spooling sounds as he goes through Kennel Bend and around crossing. Let's see what the split time is at the bottom S. It's a 25.56 there. Spooner up the hill, and it should be a sub 40-second time. Yes, a 38.49 for Spooner. Here comes the XR 4x4, the big Ford of Richard West. The most theatrical cars off the line, both from an auditory and visual perspective. Quite the treat to see the Sierra. Its launch, a 25.32 at the S from Richard West, so a little bit quicker than Spooner. And that's important given they are in the same class, therefore they'll be in direct competition to avoid elimination. Meanwhile, Brian Stevens heads out onto the circuit, and this is the first of our 4 drivers in the wild post-1998 class. So the same kind of state of modification as the cars we just saw, but for cars following the year 1998. This EP3 Honda Civic is our first example. Rounds the top S and up to the line. What kind of time do we have? A 41.53 out of Brian Stevens. And here comes Jim Herbert. Of course, this car being shared with James, and Jim being notably more careful, a 3.71 to the 64-foot marker. And I think it'd be a 27 or maybe even a 28 at the S. Even that was a little bit optimistic, a 30.81. Can't blame him for being careful. This is the wettest it's been so far today. They had plenty of practice earlier on, but it wasn't quite this wet earlier on. And as Herbert slowly reaches the line, I do wonder if there's a mechanical issue there, because that car's not accelerating properly either. A 50.55, that suggests that's more than careful driving. Paul Jones, the local driver in the, I was going to say the big orange Lotus, but there isn't really such thing as a big Lotus Exige. It's a pocket rocket. 25.62 at the S. Now up the hill to get to the line. Looks like we could be settling on a 39 potentially across the line. Yes, 39.42 for Paul Jones. Meanwhile, here comes Stephen Moore. Stephen Moore in the Evo 6. Heads towards the bottom S now. It was a 2.39 at the 64-foot marker, so launched the car well, and a 23.25 at the S as well. So this is good running from Stephen Moore. Heads up towards the flying finish now, and what kind of time are we going to get? It's a 34.87 for Stephen Moore. So Stephen really putting the world at notice there with a good time. That's the second quickest time we've seen out of these first runs, actually, behind only Damien Bradley. But let's see what Nigel Mee can do about that with his hybrid Subaru factory and Springfield Poultry colours on his Impreza GC8. 2.31 off the 64-foot line, so he's clearly got good launch. How does that translate through the S? Looks like he's going to be a couple of seconds down on the Evo we just saw, and indeed he is, a 26.59. Me is running in the Outlaw class, so this is the first car we're seeing in the Outlaw pre-1998 class. And so the benchmark for Outlaw is 40.53. Here comes Nigel Burke, however. Burke in the similar Subaru, albeit a slightly more aggressive stance on it than the car from me. Burke heads up to the S now. What kind of time do we have? Looks like it's a bit quicker than Nigel, actually. Yes, a 26.09 from him. Fires it up the hill now. Absolutely no trouble with traction coming out of the S in these big four-wheel drive Subarus, and a 40.26 across the line. Here comes one of the stars of the show, surely. The Bedford van. Dragster by nature. Originally post office van by nature, but a much different beast these days. Running with Nick Wilkes at the wheel. That car's done running in America. Has been featured on a good number of TV programs. A very famous machine. And famously tricky, if you ask Mick, up these hill climbs, but he's still putting a good effort in. A 29.97 through the S split. I think we might get somewhere around a 45-second time. He's got lots of power for the flying finish, and it is a 45.2. Mick Wilkes might struggle to stay in for the end of this elimination format, but he's having a lot of fun driving the car, and he'll be back out tomorrow, I believe, at the Retro Rides gathering. Great to see him with us in the Quick 60 Hill Climb Shootout Challenge as well. James Collins in the Porsche engined Volkswagen Beetle. It is actually a Volkswagen Beetle chassis rather than a Porsche chassis. I verified that over the lunch break. A spectacular machine it is. James Collins was very quick in the dry. I think maybe taking it a little bit more cautiously now that the circuit is firmly soaking. 43.89 for James, and it looks as though our next driver is not going to take the start. That is De Vries, unfortunately, in the not one of one actually, there's a few of them, but the BMW bike engine 2CV that he's now had for in excess of 20 years. Unfortunately, he's not getting to take his first run. Hopefully that car comes back out later on for the second run before the eliminations begin. So a slight delay while we get the next cars up then. I think I might be conferring with De Vries as to whether or not he can run in his assigned slot. As you've seen, he's ended up behind the gate here. Next in the lineup, in theory, should have been the 414er of John Doubleday. So that's the car we should see next, the Fraud, as it was called, or is still called, of course. Former rally car chassis. Passed through the hands of the racing dentist Derek Murfield, the Australian. Special saloons. At one point it had a Coventry Climax F1 engine. These days it houses, I should say, a rather larger 5.7 litre GM sourced V8. So yes, it is a Ford with a GM motor. I apologise, but it is a very trick bit of kit, and that motor actually would have been destined for a racing powerboat had the Doubleday family not stepped in. Car has been with them since the 1970s, purchased by John's dad in 1978. After a dormant period following the end of the racing career for Doc Murfield. But certainly a truly classic car, and one we look forward to seeing take the start in just a few moments. Little bit of intel from the Saucepan Clanger Club, who I assume are down here by start line. Sounded like clutch slip. Now, that was on the 2CV or one of the other cars, I'm not certain, but by the marshals sweeping up there, 2CV has obviously let some fluid down or caused some issues. Bated breath for this to continue. Of course, as the rain continues to fall, the conditions continue to worsen, and so this could provide a slight advantage for the drivers who are already up there at the top of the hill. If you are watching this and intending to come to the Retro Rides gathering tomorrow, I believe we're going to be in for better weather tomorrow, although myself being a commentator probably means I've just cursed that, but that's what it's indicating, and that's what I've heard from a word in the paddock. And with any luck, we will have some better conditions tomorrow, so don't be put off. Not that you will be. I know that the Retro Rides gathering has a loyal supporter base. Come rain or shine, there are going to be some absolutely glorious machines of all lineages and all ages here at Shelsley Walsh tomorrow. This new event, the Quick 60 Hill Climb Shootout Challenge, welcome addition to the weekend. It's put together this year on fairly short notice for the inaugural edition. Hopefully a prelude of great things to come in future years here at this iconic hill climbing venue. Still some conferring among the marshals. The Orange Army won't let things get back to action until we're certain that conditions are as good as they can be in that area. Clearly something's gone down on the racing surface, or not the racing surface as such, but the area approaching the start line. You just see in the back of shot there the sheer variety of cars that we have. We have a relatively standard looking TT, the incredible Fraud Cortina, which is rather deceptive really. It has big tyres to make sure it puts the power down, but you wouldn't necessarily expect to hear that it's got a 5.7 litre V8. Then you've got that Metro 6R4, which is one of the more famous 6R4s out there, of course, with its huge 800 horsepower potential. We probably won't see that in these conditions, but plenty of horsepower and plenty of history with that car as well, dating back to the European Rallycross Championship well over 30 years ago at this point. And then you have the supercars, the present-day Rallycross supercars, not unlike the ones you'll see at Holliers this weekend in the World Rallycross Championship, and of course in the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship as well. The cars are of similar ilk and have been campaigned by these drivers in the British Rallycross Championship before, so that's just a little taster of the variety we have just in one class of this category, this event I should say, Quick 60. Bringing plenty of exciting cars together. Looks like we are about ready to go. Here comes the big V8 Cortina. First run that counts for anything for this man. John Doubleday. Let's see how this thing launches in the wet then. It's got a powerboat motor. How is it in the rain? Let's rise. Fairly conservative launch from John, but that's exactly what he needed. 3.38 at the 64-foot marker. Around Kennel Bend goes John Doubleday. He's quite generous with that car. He's let a few journalists drive it over the years for magazine features and things of that ilk. Very eager to celebrate its history as one of the famous Special Saloon fraud Cortinas. 29.44 at the S for Doubleday, and a bit of opposite lock to contend with coming out of the last bend. Heading across the line now, and the time is a 44.11. Here is the British Leyland rocket ship, the MG Metro 6R4 off the line, and what a launch! A 2.77 to the 64-foot marker for the big Metro. What an imposing stance this little car cuts as it runs through. And towards the S now. Let's see what the time is at the S split. That's going to be our quickest so far, surely, at 22.05. And getting very loose, looking for grip between the bottom and top S bends. Across the line now, it's a 33.24. That's the quickest time we've seen in this run from anybody, so that's quicker than we saw from Damien Bradley in the Legacy just a while ago. Cars in completely different classes, of course, but overall fastest honours will be important to these drivers as well. Here's Ian Medcalf then in the little Fiat 500. Another wildly different machine. A Swift Tune engine these days in this 500. In its early years it ran an 850cc BDA motor, but that's long gone. A 39.80 for Medcalf then across the line. It was 26.2 at the S split. Eamon Collins has lost his rear wing, I notice, from his earlier runs. He's still got the mounts for it, but the rear wing itself has disappeared between runs. So that TT looking more standard than ever if you do ignore the mounts on the run up towards the S. Let's see what the split time is here for Eamon. It's a 26.86. For a minute that he was going to run it a bit wide at the S, but he managed to get the car stopped in time. The time as he put in, we'll see. Meanwhile, Mike Manning launches the Fiesta off the line. The 600 brake horsepower four-wheel drive Fiesta Rallycross Supercar. It was a 41.53 for the TT of Eamon. Mike Manning heads towards the S. Is this going to be quicker than the 6R4? It's a 33.2 for Ian Rowlands. Time to beat. Coming up to the line now. To the flying finish comes the Fiesta. It's a 33.22 by 200ths of a second. He betters Rowlands in the 6R4. So Mike Manning tops it for now. And it sounds to me as though Steve Mundy's car is at the very least healthier than it was earlier on. You may remember it went up the hill sounding like it was missing maybe more than one cylinder. It looks a little bit off pace potentially, but that car was worked on quite hard over the break, so hopefully the ailment has been solved. 24.5 at the S split suggests it's not quite up to speed, but it sounded a little healthier than it did earlier on. Mundy approaching the line now. It's going to be a 37.04. And here comes Simon Bainbridge in the big 4.2 litre SBR. In these conditions, this car is going to be hairy. A 2.52, 2.52 I should say, at the 64-foot line for Bainbridge. Heads up to the S now. Surely going to struggle for traction coming through these corners. Takes it very easy on the throttle. A 21.01 at the S. Still a good split time. Can he beat a 33.22? I think he can, you know. Yes, a 32.00 from Simon Bainbridge. What a time out of the SBR chrono. 4.2 litre heavy duty V8, effectively purebred prototype. Not the car you'd put money on, but made it to the very top of the timing. And of course, in the classes, we may yet face some eliminations. We did have times of the day there for just a second, but I think that was slightly out of date because Damien, there we go. Mike Manning a 33.22 and Rowlands on a 33.24. Those drivers both within the Outlaw classes in pre and post 98 respectively. Then the first of the wild pre-98 cars, the Subaru Legacy of Damien Bradley. Stephen Moore in the Evo 6, that's one of the post-98 cars. So all of these drivers at the head of the order will all be fairly secure. It was a 34.87 for Stephen Moore in the 63. The 38, Alex Gilchrist Jones in the Mitsubishi Lancer, a 36.10. The 761 car, the sixth fastest overall. James Herbert, of course, in the shared Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5 on a 36.44. Then it's Lloyd Bettinson in the STM Phoenix. He had a very committed run up the hill. The 47 with a 36.46. Then it was Steve Mundy on a 37.04. That, of course, being one of the Rallycross supercars. Bainbridge, yes, of course. Bainbridge has just been added to the best times of the day a little bit late, so he's at the very top on a 32.00. 1.2 seconds clear of the field. So Mundy on a 37.04, as I said. Then it's Chris Beresford in the 37 car on a 37.17. Oliver Wright on a 38.01. Darren Spooner next in the 56 on a 38.49. Good run in the bewinged 205 from him. Richard West, the quicker of the two drivers in the Sierra XR 4x4. The Lotus Exige of Simon Curtin follows on a 39.21, the number 39 car. The 52, Eric Morey in the Hillman Imp, 39.28, and then Paul Jones rounding out the first few cars on a 39.42 in the 1.9 litre Exige. So that is our top 16, I make that, in the running order, the best times of the day. Watching the Quick 60 live stream on YouTube, you'll have seen all of those times up on the board. So this batch now returning to the paddock. As a reminder, there are no eliminations yet. They get one more crack at it each, and then we remove the slowest 40%. The clues in the title, we retain the quickest 60% in each class. So this field, this number of cars is going to continue to whittle down as the day goes on until we get the brightest and best of our entry list here today at Quick 60. And with the conditions potentially variable during this afternoon, we may yet see some jumbling of the order. Dennis Hewson says, much respect for all those marshals for getting soaked just to let a bunch of crazy people belt their cars up the hill. They are also the heroes. Absolutely, couldn't agree more. We always thank our volunteer marshals for their efforts here at Shelsley and up and down the country. The very core backbone of motorsport here in the UK. They always do a great job here at Shelsley to keep things running smooth. So then as that batch continues their run down to the paddock, we eagerly await run number 2, although we believe there might be a couple of minutes pause before we see the cars line back up on the start line. There will be a lot of pressure, I think particularly in the wild pre-98 and outlaw pre-98 classes, which are running in batch 2. Very populous classes The Outlaw Pre-98 has 8 entrants, and the Wild Pre-98 has 12. So the cut-off point for the 60% is going to be much harder to hit. A little bit easier if you're in a class of 3 or 4, which a few of these are. Great comment from David Cleaver there. Simon's car is an animal in the dry, in the wet, with only rear-wheel drive. That is outrageous. Fair play, Simon. Absolutely, and it does sound absolutely incredible. And Andy Lawrence adding there that the atmosphere down at Bottom S, as Simon finished that run, was epic, and it was an epic run. So glad to hear that you're all enjoying it around the circuit. And those of you watching at home, we hope you're enjoying it too. So then, our second run of the first round is underway. This round is the only one that will feature 2 runs. From here on out, it's a one shot. If you get it wrong once, you don't get any further chances. But in this first round, we do get 2 runs before the eliminations begin. Chris Wright heads up to the top of the hill then. A 47.73 for him that time by. Compared to a 48.29 last time, so that was a little bit quicker. Here comes Alex Thornton. His first day at Shelsley, Bottom S, 26.57 for Thornton at the Bottom S. Heads up to the flying finish now, and what kind of time is it? I think it will be a 41 potentially. No, a 40.92. Gets below that 41-second barrier. Should be enough to cement his place in the next round for the mild Pre-98 class. Here comes Clark in the incredible Ford Falcon, the Ford Falcon Sprint. Feels like we're watching old VHSs of 1960s British Saloon Car Championship all over again. A 28.86 for Clark as he goes through Bottom S. Let's see the time across the line. Big American V8 powers across, and it's a 44.66. Oliver Wright is next in the little Peugeot 106 GTI, a 3.06 across the line. Oliver, plenty of experience with Midland Automobile Club, very familiar to those of you on the spectator banks, no doubt. As is the little 106, which is often a giant killer, especially in conditions like these, a 24.5 at Bottom S. Coming to the line now, and it's a 37.99 for Oliver. There's the benchmark for everyone else in the mild class. That would suggest to me then that unfortunately Chris Wright in the little Lotus Elan may be headed home after that run. Of course, that is to be confirmed. Here comes Joshua Baxter then, already heading through the S-bends. 27.54 at the Bottom S split. Let's see what the RWL Motorsport car can do. Looks like it's going to be a 42.31. Yes, Joshua Baxter across the line. And here's Chris Beresford. Had a great chat with him over the lunch break. Very familiar with the world of hill climbing. Very welcoming to all. A 2.28 at the 64-foot line was a great launch from Chris Beresford. He is not wanting to go home just yet. A 22.99 at the split, at the S-bend. Let's see what it is at the finish line. It's going to be a 35, and 35.43 is a very, very good job from Chris Beresford. Could that be the best time we see in his class? Well, the answer to that is actually no. Because in fact, yes, it will put him just ahead of Alex Gilchrist Jones. So my apologies, Gilchrist Jones then has it all to do all of a sudden, because Beresford has set the marker in this class at 35.43. He shares class with Gilchrist Jones. I don't think the Mitsubishi man is quite going to equal him. No, a 36.97, so a bit slower that time from Alex. But Chris Beresford found roughly 1.7 seconds on that second run through, and that's more than enough to make sure he stays in this class, headed into the next round. So Simon Curtin comes to the S now in the Lotus Exige, a 24.39. You can see the oil that's down there at the S's as well. That's looking quite nasty. In these wet conditions, can't be easy to drive at all. It's 38.06 for Simon Curtin, which I think makes him safe. That will unfortunately mean the end of the day for Joshua Baxter. Here comes Ben Bonfield then. He's a member of the Wild pre-1998 group, which is of course the most populous group here. And he's sharing that car with Tony Bonfield, hence he is running with the mild class runners. Here comes Ben, coming across the line now, and it's going to be a 41.42 for Ben Bonfield as Philip West gets underway. Philip West, the driver from Worthing, of course, sharing this car. XR 4x4 runs up towards the bottom S now. What kind of time is it going to be at that split? This is our final runner by the looks of it. I don't think James Herbert is making an appearance this time. Now, of course, we did see that car limping, so that would make a lot of sense. So we're missing the Evo 5. Here comes the Sierra, though, across the line, a 38.75 for him. So Philip West, was that an improvement? Yes, it was, by just under a second. A 39.61 was the previous time. And so that suggests, well, we don't know, frankly, what that will do for the rest of the Wild pre-98 group, because, of course, they've still got a second run to come in batch 2 for the majority of the field. The reason we have a few of the Wild pre-98 and post-98 cars running in batch 1 is obviously because they're shared cars. But so fingers crossed for them that we don't see too much improvement. I think that in the case of the Sierra, I think Philip West is going to be safe. Whether or not Ben Bonfield will be safe, I'm not so certain. I'm sure we'll find out in the not too distant future. The car's then heading back down to the paddock. That batch has had its second run of this first heat, this first round. Heat is the proper nomenclature. And the second batch will come out for their second run in just a moment. Critical times then. If a few drivers don't find a bit of extra pace, they'll find themselves out of the quickest 60% and out of the rest of the day's running. So it looks like we will be getting ready to go again in just a minute or two. Just doing some maths here in the commentary box, which is always a daunting prospect. In the wild pre-1998 class, I make it 14 runners, which, based on the fact we'll be rounding up to 60%, if it's, for example, 14, and it comes to a decimal, say 8 point something, they'll head up to 9 rather than round down to 8. So I'm suspecting it'll be the top 9 cars in wild pre-98 that get through here. We'll keep our eye on that. I think we may have to wait until they run for the second heat before we know for certain quite how many are in each class as the day goes on. I don't think we have that infographic available to us, and I'll do all the maths I can, but I don't necessarily trust myself. The 45 car is on the start line then. Stephen Baxter leads them away. Baxter off the line again, very measured start from the RWL Motorsport driver in the 205. The MI16 Peugeot 205. Let's see what the split is at the S's. It was a 3.16 at the 64 foot marker. At the S, it's a 26.92 for Baxter. Not setting the world alight, but I think might be doing enough. Our next car, the STM Phoenix of Lloyd Bettinson, as I'm sure you can hear, already underway. It's a 40.84 for Baxter in the 205. Bettinson, exactly the same 64-foot time, a 3.16. Two more different cars to set the same time in consecutive runs. Phoenix comes through with a 24.27 at the S. Having to be very careful on the oil, has to catch a big slide coming out of top S. Runs across the line now and it's a 37.03. It's a little slower than he went in the first run actually, Bettinson. But still good enough for the overall top 10. Should be good enough for qualification into the next round in Wild pre-1998 as well. Here comes Tony Bonfield in the Austin Mini. We found out earlier on, Tony's been running since 1986 in hill climb competition of various forms. More often than not in a Mini. Having to be more careful on the oil that's been laid. I'm suspecting that oil may have come from the Mitsubishi Evo 5 of the Herbert family, unfortunately. Because that car was very slow. John Morgan having some slight issues with the door on his Anglia, but he's sealed them in. Let's see if he can side seal and deliver a good performance. As he again lights up the rear tyres on the approach to the Kennel Bend, our first proper corner. It's Anglia powered by a highly tuned Ford BDG engine. Awesome little car. What's the time at the S? It's a 27.2. Doesn't look like John's going much quicker here. He's struggling to keep it together on the oil and fighting the camber, of course, as always, as well, at ultimate top S, a 41.17 for John, which is an improvement, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken. Here comes Eric Morey, crossing bend. Little Hillman Imp, very quick off the line. Let's see what the split is at the S. It's a 25.89, which is certainly good. I reckon probably good enough for qualification into the next heat. And a 39.46 for Eric as he crosses the line, and here comes the Subaru Legacy. When you say fearsome Subaru, it tends to complete with the word Impreza, but this Legacy, give any Impreza in the country a run for its money. 700 brake horsepower when turned all the way up for Damien Bradley, 2.3 at the 64-foot line, and a 22.2 at the S for Damien, even while struggling on the oil through the S-bends. Damien is going to set a great time again, a 33.61, so 6.7 I should say, 0.3 quicker than he went just a few moments ago on his first run. That is certainly good enough to get through into the next round. I think this man, Ross Parker, might be in some more danger here. We'll need to set a better time, I think, to ensure his continued participation in this shootout challenge here, the quick 60. Will he be in the quickest 60%? Ross Parker, 28.05 at the S. It's going to be a time of over 40 seconds, probably a 42. Yes, a 42.08 for Ross Parker. Not so sure that's going to be enough. It's going to depend on some of the others. Or even then, I think maybe with the first run times, it might not be enough. Here comes Darren Spooner. The time attack 2:05. 3.42 at the 64-foot line as Spooner heads in toward the S's. 25.09 at the S split. Bottom S. Straightens it up with plenty of time and plenty of space in the middle of the track as he heads to the flying finish at 37.59. The time he gives us. Richard West is next, a 2.77 to the 64-foot line, so the four-wheel driver, that Sierra, slingshotting the car away from the line, as one may expect. That four-wheel drive grip is going to be beneficial all the way up the hill, even though it's not the lightest car. It's a 24.91 at the S. I think maybe caught a little bit of the oil on turn in there. Certainly got some on the back wheels, or on the back tyres by the time he put the power down for the bottom S, but continues on at 38.13. That was our last runner in the wild pre-98 class. Has he done enough to get into the next round? We'll have to wait and see. Here comes Brian Stevens in the Civic. Brian Stevens heads to the S-bend, a 27.45 at the S-bend for Brian. Puts the power down. It's a fairly conservative run. I think his status for the post-98's next heat will depend largely on the Herbert family Evo. Certainly Jim Herbert didn't get a good run earlier on, so I think that Brian Stevens may get another run before he has to consider elimination. Paul Jones in the Exige, another of the post-98 wild class runners. 24.2 for Jones. Let's see the time across the line. It's going to be a 37.52 for Jones. Nigel Mee is next in the Impreza GC8. 2.45 off the line, 2.45. 64-foot line, which is to be expected out of a four-wheel drive car. The rally driver Nigel Mee, only his second event back after a couple of years' absence. A heavy back injury in a rally accident. Did his first rally in 2 years about 6 weeks ago and is now here for his first outing at Shelsley. A 39.34 for Nigel Mee. That was our first Outlaw pre-98 car. Looks as though Nigel Burke hasn't come back out, which means that our next driver is Mick Wilkes in the Bedford van. Oh, and he's really struggling to keep it there. He tried to put the traction down on the grass coming out of the Kennel Bend, and it almost bit him back. This car powered by a big Calibra turbo engine. Deliver over 500 brake horsepower. Now onto the straight line run to the finish, which is where the car comes into its own. Not going to be a great time, a 44.55 though. We'll have to see whether that proves to be enough in the Outlaw pre-1998 category. Again, it may well depend on whether other people get back out onto the circuit after get back out onto the climb after the previous issues. James Collins in the Beetle, runs through the S-bend, puts the power down. No oversteer to speak of coming out of top S. Does that mean you're driving smooth, or does that mean you're driving too smooth? Difficult to say, but a 41.13 for Collins. Here's Nigel Burke. So Nigel Burke has made it out to the start line. Just running slightly out of the running order we have here in the commentary box, but Nigel takes the start. 2.59 at the 64 foot mark. Doesn't tell us too much. Let's wait to see what the time is by the time he gets to bottom S. The split is just effectively at the apex. It's a 25.44, and Nigel had to fight a little bit of oversteer there. Heading out of bottom S, but he's managed to hold on to it, and it's a 39.74 for Nigel Burke. Given the status of some of the other cars, might be enough to stay in for the next heat of this quick 60 elimination format. John Doubleday, this is a car we're willing on, the big 5.7 litre Ford Cortina. Would be great to keep seeing this out here today, but John is going to have to hustle the car. It's not suited to these conditions. We got a glimpse there of the MG Metro that's next, but here comes Doubleday, 27.59 at the S. Little bit of opposite lock to contend with coming out of the top S. Now down to the flying finish, or up to the flying finish I should say, and a 42.3 for John Doubleday. Will that be enough to see him into the next heat? Not so sure. I think that might be his day completed. Ian Rowlands, his first run was a 33.24. Let's listen to this car as it gets off the line. Catapults away from commentary position here at the start line. The mighty Metro, 2.7 at the 64 foot line. Ian Rowlands so committed at the wheel. Into bottom S. Doesn't get caught out by the oil, but does have to catch a mighty slide. And another coming out of top S as well. 21.63 at top S. His time to beat for himself is a 33.24, and he does it, a 32.85, so he's improved on his time. Granted, still 8/10 back from Simon Bainbridge, but they are in different classes. The Outlaw pre-98 and post-98 classes, respectively. So Rowland's still at the top of the Outlaw pre-98 with that effort. Here's Ian Metcalf then in the Fiat 500. The unique special saloon. Quick off the line, doesn't quite have the ponies for the run towards the S-bend, of course. Despite the Swift Tune motor, which of course is very well prepared by the team there. Eamon Collins, next out on circuit. Still no rear wing on the car, merely a wing mount. which certainly makes for a unique look. Looks something like a remote-controlled car. In that colour, it might be the remote-controlled car out of Toy Story, actually. So then, Eamon turns into the S-bend, a 29.17. Eamon certainly at risk here in the Outlaw post-98 class, because look at what he's up against. 43.84 for Eamon. This is what he's up against, a Ford Fiesta Rallycross supercar. 600 brake horsepower, four-wheel drive, 2.5 seconds to 64 foot. 21.39 at the first S. The time that Mike Manning set in the first run was a 33.22. Can he better it this time? I think he might be just a few hundredths quicker. A 33.21. He bettered himself by 100th of a second. Amazing stuff from Mike Manning. He really chucked the car through the S-bends as well. That was wonderful to watch. Steve Mundy off the line. And that car's definitely back on song now. That was a spirited launch from Mundy. To the crossing bend. It's going to be a little bit off the pace of Mike Manning in the other Fiesta supercar, but still 23.81 at the S-bend. This run may well be good enough to seal him through into the next heat here. 36.22, yes, surely that's good enough. Simon Bainbridge, a heroic 32.00 on his first run. Can he equal or better it this time through? Bainbridge does not lack commitment in this car that at one point looked passingly similar to an Audi TT. Doesn't really look it anymore. Such an aggressive sounding machine. 20.07 at the S-split, that's amazing. This is going to be a quicker run, isn't it? Yes, it is, by some way. A 30.82 for Simon Bainbridge. He goes 1.2 seconds quicker than he did in his first run. That car is rear-wheel drive, and it's beating all of the supercars from rallycross racing. It's beating the Metro 6R4. In these conditions, Bainbridge is having to give no less than 100% commitment. But what an incredible run once again from Simon Bainbridge. He's being commended in the YouTube comment section. Zetsinside Motorsport says, I think Simon B is in permanent top 12 runoff mode. Go Simon. I wholeheartedly agree. Driving with the utmost conviction. Now, this concludes our first heat of the day. From here on out, every heat is going to be just the one run, importantly. But we will now see the quick 60, as it were, the quickest 60% of each class move forward into the next heat. The 40% remaining don't get any more runs here today, so this is the first elimination. To give you the times after those runs. A 30.82, the fastest time from Simon Bainbridge in the SBR Chrono, the 83 car. The 74, Ian Rowlands in the MG Metro, a 32.85, so 2 seconds slower than Bainbridge. Mike Manning, a 33.21. His quickest time in the Fiesta Supercar, car number 81. The 49, Damien Bradley, fourth in the mighty Subaru Legacy, just ahead of Stephen Moore in the Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS, a 34.87 for Moore in the Evo. Chris Beresford is next in the Impreza. The car first run was quicker for Beresford, a 35.43. Alex Gilchrist Jones next in the 38 car, a 36.97. That was again the first run for Gilchrist Jones. Steve Mundy, a 36 2-2 I've got there, but that doesn't quite add up to the order properly, so I think this might be slightly jumbled in certain respects in the order. But I've got Mundy down for a 36.22 as his best time, James Herbert for a 36.44. Then Lloyd Bettinson, of course, next up on a 37.03. Lloyd Bettinson in the 47. Paul Jones is next, 37.52 for the 62 Lotus Exige. Darren Spooner in the 56 Peugeot 205 on a 37.59. Oliver Wright's little 106 right up there, a 37.99. Admirable job from Oliver. Simon Curtin with a 38.06. And then we have, rounding out the top 16 in the overall classification for that first heat, Richard West in the Sierra XR 4x4, a 38.13, and a 38.62 for Ian Medcalf in the little Fiat 500 Sports Saloon. So then, let's see if I can use my limited maths abilities to talk you through who we're losing here. In the mild pre-1998, I believe it will be Chris Wright and Chris Wright alone that gets the axe, unless they decide to allow him another run, since it's only 4 cars in the mild pre-1998 class. But Chris Wright, the bottom of a 4-car class, would suggest that if anyone's getting eliminated, it's him. The post-1998 runners, Rick Leddy is down, has not set a time. So Leddy, who I don't actually have on my running order either, I'm not sure he'll factor in, so I think it could well be Joshua Baxter who gets the axe, if anyone again, with 4 cars and 60% cut-off. We'll have to see whether or not they decide to be fair or not. I'd suggest that we will probably lose 1 car from each of the 4-car classes, because obviously 75% would be 3 and they're rounding up. So I suggest that we'll lose Joshua Baxter from post-98. In the wild pre-98 order, there were 2 cars we didn't see start. How many attempted a run? Let's do some counting here. We had 13 cars attempt to run. So that would suggest to me that we should have 8 cars taking the start for the next run, which would suggest that John Morgan, Ben Bonfield, Ross Parker and Tony Bonfield may be at risk of not taking any further part there, as is Martin Rutter, of course, who didn't actually get to complete a run. This is all provisional. This isn't confirmation, because unfortunately I'm not getting round-by-round updates here, I don't think. I might be proven wrong. I might get some more information than I'm expecting. The wild post-1998 class. Now, we had 5 cars run there, and unfortunately, one of them went missing. So they're running 60%. 5-car class would mean we lose the bottom 2. And the bottom 2, of course, is James and Jim Herbert in that class. Now, James and Jim, of course, sharing the Mitsubishi Evo 5 that we believe is the cause of the oil down on the circuit. So I'd suggest that James and Jim Herbert wouldn't take any further part, even if they could. But since they don't have a car that runs, it's really a non-factor anyway. So we'll see the top three graduate into the next heats there. Alex de Vries unfortunately didn't get to run this afternoon in the 2CV, so I imagine he has been factored out of this running. So that would be 7 cars in that class. Which suggests to me that they'd run to 4 cars maybe left in that, 4 or 5. It would be a close run whether they decide to have 4 or 5 cars remaining. But certainly I think Mick Wiltz and Alex de Vries will be missing from this next heat. And I believe right on the cusp will be John Doubleday in the Ford Ford Cortina. We'll have to see whether that actually comes out onto the circuit. Out onto the hill, I should say. I can tell that I'm usually at race tracks rather than hill climbs. The word circuit comes out. This isn't a circuit. And then the Outlaw post-1998 seems fairly cut and dry. We'll be losing Eamon Collins, I believe, from that. So Eamon Collins will more than likely be dropped out in favour of the 3 remaining cars, the 2 Fiesta supercars and that mighty SBR chrono of Simon Bainbridge. Hopefully I've managed to get my maths right there. It's only going to get harder as the day goes on, but we'll give it our best shot. With any luck I will be given some confirmation, but that was the maths as I have it at least. So then we are expecting 15-minute breaks between each heat, as it were, here this afternoon, just to give the cars and drivers the opportunity to rest up slightly between runs, especially as, of course, the field gets combed down, and the runs will obviously become more frequent if we send them off immediately each and every time. So to make sure that the drivers and cars are getting a little bit of respite, we are running 15-minute breaks between each heat here. So it will be just a few minutes before we get the cars back onto the start line, but we'll be right there with you as soon as they're back. Okay, so thankfully we do get confirmation. So that means I'm not going to have to do any more of that on-air mathematics for the rest of the afternoon, which is a big relief. So then we can tell you who will run in the, and who will run and who will not in the next heat of this quick 60 elimination format. In the Class 2 mild post-1998 class, we are getting Chris Beresford, Alex Gilchrist-Jones and Simon Curtin. So Gilchrist, I think, has actually been reclassified there. Joshua Baxter and Rick Ledley will not take the start in this second heat. They have been eliminated. In the mild pre-1998 class, Oliver Wright, Alex Thornton and Clark Devey will remain. They will run in the next heat, and Chris Wright will not. So Chris Wright, unfortunately, has been eliminated in the beautiful Lotus Elan 2S. The wild class, the pre-1998 wild class was always going to be one of the more competitive ones. So these are the drivers that will take the start. The 49, Damien Bradley, of course, in the Legacy will be there. Lloyd Bettinson in the 47 will be there. The 56 of Darren Spooner, the 205, will be present. Richard West and Philip West sharing the Ford Sierra 4x4. They'll be out there. Cars entries 57 and 757 respectively. Eric Morey in the 52 will be out, as will Nigel Burke in the 35. And Stephen Baxter just makes the cut in the Peugeot 205, the little 1.9 205. The drivers that don't make it in, John Morgan, unfortunately not taking any further part, which is a big shame. He's been one of the more spectacular drivers out there. Ben Bonfield, unfortunately, and Tony Bonfield won't be taking part, nor will Ross Parker in the 53, Martin Rutter in the 55, Martin Collins in the 50, and Tom Reeves in the 54. Both failed to register a run, and therefore they won't be out there either. Class 4 runners and eliminated. The 63, this is post-98, the wild post-1998 class, I should say. The 63, Stephen Moore, will be present, of course, with that great run that we saw out of him. The 761 of James Herbert will be allowed in if the car can run. Of course, we've seen James and Jim. Their Evo 5 had a bit of a failure, so we'll have to see whether or not that car can actually compete for James. But we will see the 761 so long as they can get it running. Paul Jones will also be in for the post-1998 class. In the number 62, the little Lotus Exige, Brian Stevens and Jim Herbert, both eliminated from the wild post-1998 class. The Outlaws, the pre-1998 Outlaws, of course, we've lost Alex de Vries. He didn't take the start in the first runs and didn't reappear for the second. The drivers that have made it through, the 74, the Metro 6R4 of Ian Rowlands has, of course, made the cut as the fastest runner out of that class. Ian Medcalf in the 75 is through, so is Nigel Mee in the Impreza, and James Collins in the 71 has made it through as well. Unfortunately, we have lost John Doubleday there, so John Doubleday has been eliminated by the 60% cut-off. Doubleday in the Cortina, unfortunately, won't be taking any further part, nor will Mick Wilkes in the spectacular van. And then the Outlaw post-1998 class, as I said already, the Outlaw post-1998, Eamon Collins has been eliminated in his green TT. Meanwhile, the Fiesta Supercars of Mike Manning, the 81, the newer shape model, Steve Mundy in the 82, and Simon Bainbridge in the 83 will all run again in our second heat. That second heat should be with you in just a few moments' time. But until then, just looking at some of the comments section. Some great comments coming in. John Davis saying, I think Andy Forrest has given Simon Bainbridge some of his iron brew. Outstanding drive in these conditions. Absolutely agree, as does Justin Evans, who says 30 seconds in this weather is outstanding. And he's not wrong at all. And Purple Westy making a very good point that the Bainbridge team had to make quite the turnaround to even get this car back onto tarmac in time after some recent incidents. But what an event this has been so far. Tricky conditions for our first heat. From what I can see, it doesn't. There's still plenty of umbrellas up, so I think there are still raindrops are falling. But we'll have to see whether the conditions improve at all before the end of the day. But certainly, the kind of car we'd expect to be at the front, that being the four-wheel drive rallycross style monsters, have been bested by Simon Bainbridge. And you have to take your hat off to him, a 30.82 in these conditions. Utterly incredible. So we'll be back with the second heat for the Quick 60 Hill Climb Shootout Challenge in just a couple of minutes. We're going to sort out our paperwork here in the commentary box, make sure I've only got the relevant information in front of me and nothing else. And we'll be back with you in just a few moments. So then, cars lining up onto circuit again. It looks to me as though we've shuffled things around just slightly. We've got the mild post-1998 runner, Chris Beresford, the pace setter in the mild pre-1998 class, lined up on the starting line. Be our first car up the hill in batch 1. I think they might be sending them up in speed order, looking at the way the cars are lined up down there. So we're going to go fastest first. That is Chris Beresford. Got a mighty run earlier on. Again, launches nicely. 2.35 seconds to the 64-foot line for the Subaru Impreza of Beresford. Takes a fairly cautious line, I'd say, through the crossing bend. Still a 22.7 at the S-split. So clearly pushing on regardless. Up towards the flying finish now. And what kind of time do we see? A 35.03 for Beresford. That is the quickest time we've seen from Chris. And here comes the other half of the great WRC battles among the homologation specials in Group A in the early WRC era. Alex Gilchrist Jones. By early WRC era, I mean the WRC cars that were introduced in '98, by the way. I know that the WRC ran far later than the Evos and the Imprezas. But Gilchrist Jones runs up the hill towards the finish line now, as we'll wait to see what his time is. Sorry, just getting some intel from the paddock here with regards to the running order and some of the promotions that have been handed up to certain drivers because some cars can't run any further. Philip West coming across the line now in the Sierra XR 4x4. What kind of time can he put in? It's a 38.28 for him. That, of course, is one of the cars in the wild pre-98 class. The red flags have gone back out again, because that is our lot in terms of the first batch. Reason being that we're now holding off on running the mild pre-98 cars until they... till the end of the second run. Reason being that we want to keep those two cars for the end, because we've already whittled it down to the final two. That final two being Oliver Wright, Alex Thornton and Clark Deavy, although I think one of them may have been dropped for one reason or another. We'll have to wait and see. A few things are now less clear than they were actually, but we'll have to wait and see. So those cars have made their way up the hill. Again, apologies that I fell silent there for a little moment of time. There was some intel being given to me. 39 car of Simon Curtin. He got a 38.21 on that run, which is actually a little bit slower. Of course, we didn't see Josh Barrett, or not Josh Barrett, that's another commentator, Joshua Baxter. We didn't see him out in the Saxo because he has been eliminated from the mild post-1998 running. So in theory, that means that Simon Curtin in the big, or in the little Lotus, I should say, really, in theory, that means that that little Lotus has been eliminated from proceedings. The slowest of the three remaining runners in the mild post-1998 category on a 38.21. This elimination process will go on for a little while, but then we do end up with shootouts between the fastest two in each of the groups, in each of the classes before the end of the day. Should make for a very exciting set of final runs. We do like a shootout, except penalties at Wembley. So then next out we'll have the wild pre-1998 cars. It's the RWL Motorsport 205, the Peugeot. Stephen Baxter will lead them. Now Stephen Baxter was the very last car past the cut-off point last time. So Baxter's going to have to work extremely hard to stay in the quick 60, in the quickest 60% of drivers in the class. Good things never come easy, of course, but I think he's going to have to squeeze a lot from the little 205. Johnny Red, meanwhile, really saying it all in the YouTube comments, standing halfway up trackside by the members' tent, and Simon Bainbridge thunders past around 12 feet away from where you're stood. Insanely awesome, which is 100% accurate. And then Alex Gaskin adding, the rain being kicked up as he went along was a sight. Yes, it's suboptimal conditions, to put it gently. So the little 205 should soon roll up to the start line. Of course, we are taking little breaks between each batch to ensure that drivers really just get an opportunity to cool down and make sure the car isn't too overwrought. These short, sharp blasts and then stopping for 5 minutes and then going again. It proved quite difficult for a few of the drivers and cars in the practice runs this morning, which is why we've now implemented this little pause period between each batch. While we wait, we will just fall silent for just a minute or two, and usually, as soon as I mute the mic, the first car comes up to the line, so let's see if that theory holds true again. Yep, the record continues. As soon as I turn the mic off, the cars arrive. Perfect. So then, Stephen Baxter heading toward the line to start off batch 2 running in the wild pre-1998 class, of course, the highly modified little 205 of Stephen Baxter. Baxter, who only just made the cut last time, he was on the cusp. He's going to have to find a lot of speed to not get eliminated from this round. Not a bad getaway, but it didn't quite seem as spirited as previous attempts. Indeed, just a few seconds or a few tenths of a second off. 3.77 at the 64-foot marker from the little 205. Stephen Baxter heading through the crossing bend toward the bottom S. Let's see what the split time is. A 26.2. What kind of time are we going to get out of the 205? Earlier on, best for the car was a 40.84, and he's got exactly a second quicker, a 39.84 for Stephen Baxter on that run. So that's the marker with which everyone else has to try and compete. Here comes Lloyd Bettinson in the STM Phoenix, the Yamaha R1 engine sports car. Looked like he was getting a bit tail happy there at Crossing Bend, but he held it together into bottom S, a 24.56 split there. So a little bit quicker and fully sideways going through top S. Now runs towards the flying finish. What is the time? It's a 37.25 for Lloyd Bettinson. So that's obviously notably quicker than the little Peugeot. Here comes Damien Bradley. Surely within the top half dozen quickest cars here today across any category. Off goes the big Legacy. Such an imposing figure that car cuts. 2.35 seconds to the 64-foot timing line. You can hear it popping and banging from half a mile away. It's like a 21-gun salute. What kind of time can you get? A 21.76 for Damien Bradley at the S. Understeers a bit going through top S. I think that might have been down to that oil that's down there. And it's a 32.95 that time across for Damien. So he's gone quicker still. A 32.95 for Damien Bradley. I do think the conditions are slightly better than they were about half an hour ago. So I think that's a part of it. But Damien again improves in the Subaru Legacy. Eric Morey in the Hillman Imp. He's going to be one of the drivers in danger of being eliminated this time. He's going to be right on the cusp. A 24.65, not the best sector split at the bottom S. Let's see what the time is at the flying finish. Should be a 37. No, actually a low 38, a 38.1 as Darren Spooner gets off the line in the 205. Wide track on the front there in an attempt to get the power down a little more efficiently on Darren Spooner's car. Of course, that big rear wing on the Time Attack Spec 205 as well bounces along the run to bottom S. The time across the line is a 37.1. I think may well just about prove to be enough, but we'll have to wait and see. Here comes the big Sierra 4x4, really struggling to get power down in the hands of Richard West. The time from Phil West was a 38.28 in the same car in the previous batch, so we'll have to see what Richard can do. So Richard West 24.64 through the bottom S split. A little bit sideways coming out of top S as well. The time is a 37.72, which is a little bit quicker than Philip in the same car. So bragging rights among the family, yes, but is it enough to stay in? I'm not so certain. The post-1998 class is unfortunately down a Mitsubishi Evo. Two entrants in a Mitsubishi Evo, of course, because the Evo 5 of the Herbert family has unfortunately expired and will take no further part. What that means is that Brian Stevens gets another opportunity where he had previously been eliminated. Brian Stevens in the Civic, a 26.78 at the bottom S split, a 40.97. Paul Jones off the line in the Little Lotus. He took great pains to note that this car isn't particularly great in the wet conditions. It's a very quick car in the dry, but in the wet it's not so keen. So Paul Jones having to be extra careful in the Little Exige in this weather. Let's see what his time is at the bottom S. It's a 23.72. Blasting towards the finish line now. What will the time be? It's going to be a 36.78 for Paul Jones. Paul Jones with a 36.78. That should be enough to see him through into the next round within post 98. Here comes Stephen Moore then, a 2.49 to the 64-foot line, so that's a very good launch indeed from the driver of the Evo 6. The last runner in the wild post-1998 class, and then we'll see the Outlaw cars head out, the fastest of all. 22.92 at bottom S. What's the time across the line? It's a 34.57 for Stephen Moore. Here comes Nigel Mee, the first car in the Outlaw class. As we said, Mee, long-time rally driver. Let's see what he can do in the Impreza GC8. It was another quick launch to the 64-foot line. But we see him lose a little bit more time as the climb goes on. Nigel is new to this course, so that isn't entirely unprecedented or unexpected that he would be a little bit slower than some of these drivers that know Shelsley Walsh like the back of their hand. It's a 38.5 for Nigel Mee, so that's the benchmark with which the other drivers in Outlaw pre-1998 class will have to meet or beat. Nigel Burke on the run towards the bottom S. A little bit squirrely going through bottom S. And Burke comes across the line. What kind of time will it be? It's going to be a 37.4, so that's better than what we saw out of Nigel. So Nigel Mee potentially the back foot here in terms of not being eliminated, but James Collins is next in this Beetle with the 2.7 litre Porsche motor. It's 25.92 at the bottom S. Runs across the line. It's going to be slower than Mee, a 39.74. So Nigel Mee ahead of the little Beetle. He'll need to be ahead of a couple more to make it through into the next heat. There goes the big Metro, the 6R4. The mighty twin turbocharged motor, effectively in Jaguar XJ220 spec. It was a twin turbocharged 6R4 motor that was in the back of the Jaguar XJ220 supercar. And the Metro 6R4 super twitchy going into the bottom S there. Still a 21.16 split, but that time surely going to be a bit slower. Yes, a 32.65. In fact, no, that's an improvement. I bite my tongue. Ian Rowlands, even with the mother of all wriggles under braking, heading into the bottom S. Went 2/10 quicker than his personal best so far in the competitive running at 32.65 for Ian Rowlands. That should be more than enough to get him through into the next heat for the Outlaw pre-1998 cars. Ian Metcalf is next, gets a bit squirrely coming out of top S. Will the little Fiat 500 continue on, or will he be eliminated from quick 60? I think he's going to be right on the cusp for 31.12. We'll have to see whether Ian reappears. Here comes Mike Manning, the first of our Outlaw post-1998 cars. The mighty Fiesta Supercar. 2.58 seconds, the 64-foot marker. He's always spectacular once they get to the S. It was a little more measured this time, but still 21.15 at the bottom S split. What kind of time can Manning put in? He's way off the time of Banbridge, but a 32.78 for the little Fiesta. Here's the similar but slightly older car of Steve Mundy. Hops and bangs off the line, 2.79 to the 64-foot marker, so a good launch. So far today has looked a little bit less committed up the hill than Mike Manning. We'll have to see whether that proves to be the case again here. The benchmark from Manning, a 32.78. It's a 23.4 for Steve Mundy. He's already 2 seconds off as they run through bottom S. So Mundy running across the line now, a 35.1. And I expect that might be what he wrote. Simon Bainbridge underway in the SBR Chrono. The big 4.2 litre V8 snarls away from the line, already making its way through the crossing bend. God, just bouncing on the bumps as it runs towards the bottom S. A 20.7 at the split, so it's going to be quicker than the Fiesta Supercars once again. Bainbridge comes across the line, it's a 31.68, so still a great run, but a little bit slower than his best so far today. But it will be enough to get him through into the next heat here in the post-1998 Outlaw class. I believe that'll be all she wrote for Steve Mundy. Steve Mundy, I think, will be eliminated from that class, which means we do have our final two nailed down for the Outlaw post-1998 category as well. Once we get to the final heats, it will be a shootout between the Mike Manning Fiesta and Simon Bainbridge, Middlesbrough-based driver in the SBR Chrono, which is something we very much look forward to, and the result could depend on what the weather's doing by the time we get to that final shootout between the two of them. Because of course that rear-wheel drive SBR, you'd suggest, is would be at a disadvantage if we had a true blue downpour at some point this afternoon, but if it continues to just slightly dry, as it appears to be at the moment, then it's advantage Bainbridge, surely. So then this batch returns to paddock now. We'll await confirmation as to who has been eliminated from the next heat. I now know that I don't have to do the maths. I will get pieces of paper, which makes my afternoon a little bit easier than I had anticipated. As soon as I have the information as to who has been eliminated courtesy of that heat, I will, of course, let you know on the live stream and here at the circuit as well. Another great set of runs. Some serious commitment from the likes of Team Legacy, Subaru Legacy runner, that of course being Damien Bradley. Isn't too far off his own times in the dry here. Given these conditions, it's mightily impressive. Let's wait and see what happens in the next batch. As I've detailed already, we are taking brief pauses between each heat now to make sure that the drivers and cars are given a little bit of respite. But in just a few minutes, the cars will be readying for another run up the hill. And before they do so, we will of course tell you who has been eliminated and who will remain in the next set of heats. Purple Westy makes a very pertinent point on the stream comments. Commentators curse, mentioning the weather. Yes, I know, I forget myself sometimes. The power we yield in mentioning the weather as commentators. Never goes well, but hopefully we do keep ourselves relatively dry for the rest of the day. I am touching... Yes, we do have some wood in the box, so I am touching that wood while I say it. And hopefully the circuit continues, or the hill, I should say, continues to dry as the afternoon wears on here, but we will see the next batch of cars out on track very shortly, and I believe I can see my information as to who has been eliminated from this heat just coming towards me. So as soon as I've received it, I'll talk you through it. So then, I've been graced with the information for our next heat. These are the drivers remaining. In the Class 2, the post-1998 mild cars, it's Chris Beresford and Alex Gilchrist-Jones, the last two cars that remain. Everyone else has been eliminated. So it will be a battle between the Subaru Impreza and the Mitsubishi Evo in the post-98 mild class. In the wild pre-1998s, we are down to just 5. The 49 of Damien Bradley, surely the runaway favourite in the Subaru Legacy, the wild pre-1998 car. Car number 49. The 56 of Darren Spooner has made it through with his 37.16. Lloyd Bettinson has done enough as well in his little Phoenix to get through into the what is now the final 5, incidentally. So just 3 will remain off of this particular heat. The remaining 2, Nigel Burke in the 35 and Richard West in the Ford Sierra XR4x4. So just the 3 cars will survive this heat in the wild pre-1998s. And in fact, even though Damien Bradley is the runaway favourite to be at the head of the order, it's anything but clear for everyone else, because Darren Spooner, a 37.16, Lloyd Bettinson, a 37.25, Nigel Burke, 37.48, and Richard West, a 37.72. Two of the 5 will be eliminated, and 4 of them are split by 0.6 of a second. So that could be very interesting to keep track on in this next run. In the wild post-1998 class, we're down to our final 2. That is the 63. That, of course, being Stephen Moore in the Evo 6 RS. And Paul Jones in the little orange Lotus Exige has made it through into the final 2 there. So it's going to be Exige versus Evo 6 in the wild post-1998 final run. And those guys will... I think that battle will largely depend on what the weather does, because that little Lotus is certainly a dry weather car. So says its own driver. And so that's what it's going to depend on, I reckon. As for Class 5, the pre-1998 Outlaws, the Outlaw pre-1998s, we're down to 3 in that class. Ian Rowlance in the mighty Metro 6R4. Ian Medcalf in the little Fiat 500 Special Saloon. And Nigel Mee in the Subaru Impreza GC8. Those will be our final 3 in Outlaw. Just 1 will be eliminated from that group. And we've already boiled it down to our final 2 in the Class 6 running, which is, of course, the Outlaw post-1998. And it's going to be a shootout in that category between Simon Bainbridge in the SBR Chrono and Mike Manning in the Ford Fiesta Supercar. So those are the drivers that will run in our next heats, or in our final heats in some instances. I believe we are waiting until everyone is down to 2 before we run the final heat for every class. But still a few more eliminations to come here before we get to the final 2 in every class. From there, it's going to be a shootout. So everybody watching on the YouTube feed, I know a great many of you have, if you're not here at the circuit today, you have spent time here previously. We always have spectacular machines here at Shelsley Walsh. So in the YouTube comments, while we wait, let me know what the most spectacular car you've ever seen here at Shelsley Walsh is. Curious to know what everyone has seen here over the years at the oldest motorsport venue in the United Kingdom. So do let me know in the comments. A couple of Good answers coming up from that question I dangled at you a few moments ago. Purple Westy gives the answer for anyone who's here today. The SBR Chrono, of course. Meanwhile, David Cleaver says that Sean Gould's Gold GR59 last weekend, breaking the outright hill record, 650 brake horsepower and 400 kilos. Yep, no, hard to argue against the stats on the Gould GR59. It's a remarkable piece of kit, and what a remarkable performance that was in the British Championship event. Andy Lawrence, meanwhile, says, so many great cars have run at Shelsley. Simon's SBR Chrono has to be right up there, though. David Cleaver also puts a vote behind the Chrono. He's never seen it on a hill before, but if a shouty green sledgehammer is impressive around a sprint circuit, up a hill it must be another level. So we can see the next batch of cars ready to go in the holding area. So it won't be too long before we get them out onto course. And it will be the Class 3 wild crews that head out there. And you'd be hard-pressed to bet against Damien Bradley in the white Subaru Legacy, capable of 700 brake horsepower. Currently has a best time here on the hill of a 29.39. which is only 1.33 seconds away from the closed car record here at Shelsley Walsh. Very impressive for what is a modified road car. But we start things off with a very different little beast, the 47 STM Phoenix belonging to Welshman Lloyd Bettinson. Yamaha R1 motorcycle engine sports car is underway. Got a split time here in the box, but the car heads up the hill, just grazes the verge on the approach to the crossing bend through bottom S, a little bit twitchy. Then top S is next. Phoenix crosses the line. And that was a 36.27 for Lloyd Bettinson. The Subaru Legacy is out on course. Let's see what Damien Bradley can do. He's been up there in amongst the fastest times of anyone overall across all classes. It's a 22.06 at the bottom S. Runs it a little bit wide, but I've noticed he does that pretty much every time at top S. Crossed the line for a 33.44, which is about half a second down on his best, but is of course comfortably faster than Bettinson and should be enough to put him into the final two in the wild pre-1998 class. Here comes Darren Spooner. Spooner, one of the drivers who could make it into that final shootout. We had 4 cars within 6/10 for 2nd through 5th place in pre-1998 last time. We don't seem to have Nigel Burke yet, but hopefully, yeah, I can just see Nigel Burke rolling towards the start line now, so he'll be out in a minute. 37.3 for Spooner, so he's a second slower than Bettinson. So Bettinson at the moment would be second fastest. Of course, we've got 5 cars, and 60% will go through. So we're looking for 3 cars to get into what would effectively be the semi-final, the next heat. Will Richard West be one of them? It's a 24.9 at the split at the bottom S, and I don't think that's quick enough. I think that car's got a problem, actually. Richard West looks a little bit slow. A 38.7. Didn't quite look as sharp as it had in prior runs. Richard West has been eliminated then. And here comes Nigel Burke. Nigel Burke needs to beat the time of Darren Spooner to make it through into the top 3 and stand a chance of being in the final shootout for the quick 60 shootouts. The last 2 cars will go head-to-head at the end, and oh, Nigel Burke with a huge slide, but I think he missed a gear coming out of top S, you know. A 37.04. I'll eat my words because he's gone quicker than Darren Spooner. Meanwhile, the first of the Outlaw cars is out on circuit or out on the hill already. That's Nigel Mee. So Nigel Mee, one of the 3 cars looking to get into the final shootout among the Outlaw pre-1998 class. Let's see what Mee's benchmark is. It's a 38.84. That's slower than he went last time. He did a 38.51. Now, Ian Rowlands, as long as he has a clean run, should go quicker than that. We've seen that all day long. Let's watch him up the hill. So fast off the line. Boosted to the high heavens by twin turbochargers, the mighty MG Metro 6R4. Perhaps the wildest car that came out of Group B, given the shortness of the wheelbase. Potential of the motor in the back. The Metro comes across the line. It is a more conservative run, marginally. A 33.79 is probably the wise thing for Rowlands to do. We know that he will be through into the final shootout, but who will join him? Will it be Nigel Mee, or will it be this man, Ian Medcalf, in the Fiat 500, the special saloon car? He has to beat a 38.84. What's his time at the S? It's a 24.66, and he's getting loose there on the exit of bottom S. Runs towards the flag now. I think this could be quicker. We see him across the line. It's a 37.92. Yes, Nigel Mee will be eliminated. It will be down to a battle of the Ians in the Outlaw pre-1998 class. It will be Ian Rowlands versus Ian Medcalf in the one-on-one shootout to determine the winner and who claims the £250 prize for taking the victory in that class. Unfortunate end to the day for Nigel Mee, but it's only his 2nd day back in the car after an incident a couple of years ago in a rally that caused him some quite severe injuries. But Nigel Mee taking to Shelsley Walsh for the first time, and I think he's enjoyed himself today. A 38.84 on the last run. Not his quickest run of the day, but impressive to see him out there. Nonetheless, but he will pack up for the day. It will be Ian Rowlands in the Metro versus Ian Medcalf in the Fiat 500 in the Outlaw Class 5 final. Final heat, just the 2 going head to head. So So I believe there is only one more class to whittle down before we get to the final shootouts. If my maths is correct, and admittedly that is a big if, it will be Damien Bradley, Nigel Burke and Darren Spooner going once again to see who will be the final two in the wild pre-1998 class. Just the three left to run. So we put it down to two to see who's going into the head-to-head shootout. You would think that Damien Bradley could just cruise up the hill, given he's 5 seconds quicker than anyone else in his group. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, we are going to see more action on the hill climb tomorrow as part of the Retro Rides gathering. Shapes and sizes of car and commercial vehicle, and much more besides, running up the hill. The Quick 60 Hill Climb Shootout Challenge is the newest addition to the Retro Rides Gathering program, and one that we expect to gain momentum in the years to come. It was put together on fairly short notice this year, and we've still got a very strong and very diverse grid of cars, so 2022 could be an incredibly exciting event. See some hands waving at the camera there. Hope you're enjoying yourselves down at the start line. We are just a few moments away. Thumbs up, good. We are just a few moments away, I think, from seeing what will be the last elimination, which would be between the three cars that remain in the wild pre-1998 group. And then we finally get to those all-important one-on-one shootouts with 250 quid on the line in each class, no less. And of course, there's a further £250 prize pot for the fastest time, inclusive of all classes. At the moment, that is surely looking likely to go into the lap of Simon Bainbridge. But perhaps someone else could find the pace to fell the mighty SBR chrono before the end of this day. Yes, hi guys. Great to see people enjoying the inaugural Quick 60 Hill Climb Shootout Challenge. Good to see some of the biggest personalities in the paddock having a chat as well. I can see Mick Wilkes down there having a chat in the paddock section, and he's there he is, he's waving. Yeah, we can see you on the stream. Hi Mick. Mick is of course the driver of the little Bedford van that could. Took it on an expedition around America's drag strips a few years ago. Terrified Johnny Smith half to death in it once in an episode of Fifth Gear. Are very popular in the media, as well as here at the Shelsley Walsh Hill Climb, and at the drag strips across the United Kingdom, of course, as that is what the car's primary function is. But it's also road legal, and he'll also run it up a hill climb if you ask him nicely. We shouldn't be far away from our next running. I think I'm just about to receive some information, so I'll be back with you with some news in just a moment. Okay, so we have 2 more eliminations to deal with before we move on to the final 2s, but we are going to get to the shootouts pretty much immediately after. So then the 3 cars remaining in the Class 5 Outlaws, which is the pre-1998 Outlaws, is of course the Metro 6R4 of Ian Rowlands, the Fiat 500 of Ian Medcalf, and then moved into Class 5 is the Subaru Impreza, which is driven by Nigel Burke. So Nigel Burke, of course, is another Outlaw driver, and he will run in that 3-car shootout to see who will fight for the £250 prize pot in the one-on-one shootout that follows. The other elimination that we need to consider is that in the Class 3 Wild, which is the pre-1998 Wild cars, and that is of course Damien Bradley in the Legacy, Darren Spooner in the 205, and Lloyd Bettinson in the Little Phoenix sports car. I believe that they are just making their way towards the holding area now, so we shouldn't be far away from getting back to on-track action. Looks like it will be the Class 3 Wild pre-1998 runners, Damien Bradley in the all-conquering Legacy versus Darren Spooner in the mighty impressive Time Attack 205, and Lloyd Bettinson in the Phoenix. Lloyd Bettinson, surely one of the drivers of the day in the STM Phoenix. It's his first visit to Shelsley Walsh, and he has managed to get right to what is practically the end of the day here. If Bettinson can make it to the shootout, to the final, he'll go away very happy. Based on the form book, it's going to be Damien Bradley versus the best of either Spooner or Bettinson. But the beauty of having to run repeatedly is that, of course, if Damien's car has an issue or if there is an error of some description, then suddenly the form book is completely thrown out, put on the bonfire, and suddenly we don't know who's going to win at all. I can hear the Subaru Legacy being readied, so I don't think we're far away at all from seeing who will remain in the Wild pre-1998 group. Then immediately following that, the Outlaw pre-1998, and then we're expecting an immediate turnaround into the first of the shootouts as well. So it's all going to get very hectic and very high stakes very quickly indeed here at Shelsley Walsh. Sure enough, here comes Lloyd Bettinson, our first runner in this 3-car showdown. 1 will be eliminated and 2 will carry over into the final runoff. Visor down for Bettinson. The little STM Phoenix is ready and he's underway. Off he goes, just fighting the car for traction as he heads towards Kennel Bend. And a kink right before the left-hander at the crossing. Another left-hand kink. And then to the bottom S, where of course we see the split time. It's a 23.56. Oh, and he's had a big moment there, sideways, just about holds on to it, going through top S. As the Legacy gets off the line, the time for Lloyd Bettinson is a 36.84. Here comes Damien Bradley, who has been the comfortable head of the wild pre-1998 running order so far today. Let's see if he continues that form. It very much looks like he will. A 21.33 runs through the S's now. Final blast down towards the finish line. And it is a 32.49. So Damien Bradley is in to the 2-car shootout, but who will join him? Will it be Lloyd? Will it be Darren Spooner? Spooner, the last car left to run in the wild pre-1998 class, runs up towards the bottom S now. What's the split time? It's a 23.07. That puts him marginally ahead of the little rocket ship, the Lloyd-driven Phoenix. And Spooner across the line, it's a 35.72. He has cashed in his opportunity. He will be in the 2-car shootout up against Damien Bradley. It was a great day from Lloyd Bettinson, but he couldn't match them. In the end, it will be a 2-car shootout there in the wild class. Who will be in the outlaw shootout? Let's find out now. Ian Rowlands is already halfway up the hill. Oh, finding a wet patch there on the approach to the bottom S. A 25.6 at the split. This will be the benchmark for the other cars in the pre-98 outlaw class. The MG Metro crosses the line. It's a 31.82. That's surely going to be another time, a session topping time. It's Ian Metcalf potentially with the most to do here. Metcalf in the Fiat 500 with the Swift Tune effective 1.4 litre motor. Slides it coming out of top S. What kind of time can he put forward? It's going to be a 37.14 for Ian Metcalf. Metcalf with a 37.14. And we're expecting one more car, and that's the car that was reclassed rather late in the day. Here it is, the Impreza driven by Nigel Burke has been reclassified into Outlaw, courtesy of having, I think, more mods than they expected. And so the target is a 37.14 to go up against Ian Rowlands in the 2-car shootout for the prize pot and the honours in the Outlaw pre-98 class. The Impreza launches away, the 4-wheel drive, of course, slinging the car forth. 2.50 at the 64-foot timing line. So immediately quicker than the little Fiat, at least off the line. How are we looking by the time we get to the bottom S? Looks like it'll be a 23.56. The target at the line is a 37.1. I think it's going to be close. It's going to come down to the power of the Boxer motor in the Subaru Impreza. What is the time? It's a 37.19 by 0.05 of a second. Nigel Burke has been eliminated. Ian Metcalf in the Fiat 500 just about makes it through to the two-car decider in the Outlaw pre-1998 category. Great run from Metcalf, and it wasn't quite to be for Nigel Burke. Nigel Burke's best time today is a 37.04. That would have been enough to make it through into the final, but he didn't pull it off. Must say, Ian Rowlands, a 31.82. That's his quickest run this afternoon. So he's found a little more pace as the circuit, or as the hill has not dried out, but it's certainly drier than it was a little while ago. Now this is our final pause before the shootouts. These cars are coming back down to the paddock area. We'll drop two of them off, and then we'll have all of the two-car shootouts in just a couple of moments. We're expecting a minimal turnaround here. We're not going to have any long delay. We're going to get right to the crux of the final action of the day. Remember, £250 prize pots in each of the classes, not to mention, of course, the honours of winning your class in general. But if you come out of the day having paid £90 for an entry fee and come home with a £250 jackpot, then, you know, it's not a bad excuse to be away on a Saturday. And, of course, you also get an additional £250 if you claim the fastest time of anybody in any class. So at the moment, you'd have to think that the SBR Chrono would be the favourite, the wild once upon an Audi TT, we'll call it. Simon Bainbridge's car will be the one to beat in that classification. So then, our fifth and final heat. The final is just a few moments away. We hope you've enjoyed this day so far. We've seen some fabulous cars out on course, and of course that will continue tomorrow at the Retro Rides gathering. Hundreds of beautiful machines of all lineages, makes, models. Will make for a superb Sunday at Shelsley Walsh. Meanwhile, the Quick 60 Shootout, in its first year, we're about to see the deciding runs for all of these classes. And there is the final two in our mild class, Class 2. That is the post-1998 mild class. Sorry, pre-1998 mild class. That's Class 1, of course. Getting my paperwork mixed up. But it is the Honda Integra, being driven by Alex Thornton, up against the impressive little Peugeot 106 of Oliver Wright. Good point there from Hill Climb Monsters. Not Audi TT, it's based on an R8. Okay. I think I'd read something about another TT and maybe got a bit crossed on the wires. So my apologies. Yes, based on an R8. Of course, the 4.2 litre V8 was the initial motor for the Audi R8 before they replaced it pretty much universally with the 5 litre V10. From the Lamborghini stable. So there we go, it says on the top of the screen, Shootout next. C-Tech Inside Motorsport saying, is Simon saving his tyres for another run? It's a very good question. We'll have to see. There may also be some question as to what tyres you end up running. I'd think it's not dry enough for slicks on the circuit, on the hill. Looking at what I can see and looking at the cameras we've seen as well, I don't think it's dry enough. But maybe someone will be brave. That could be the difference maker. Whether it's a positive or negative difference is another matter, but it could be the difference maker. The final twos are lining up. Oliver Wright and Alex Thornton will be our first head-to-head. Thornton in the little Honda Integra, the driver from near Reading, who spends a lot of time in Scotland and so does a lot of competition in Scotland. And then you have Oliver Wright, who's well known to us here at Shelsley Walsh. Came second in the MAC Championship last year. And he came second to Simon Curtin in the Lotus Exige, the Mark II Exige that we saw in the earlier running. So he's actually managed to get a little bit of point scoring over the Exige, not for championship points, mind you, but he's bettered his championship nemesis from last year in the MAC Sunrise Sprint Championship. It came down to just a point between the two of them last year, so I'm sure that will be quite sweet for Oliver Wright. But at least here at the Quick 60, he's managed to get through to the shootout for his class. And that pesky little Lotus Exige did not. There's some more information on screen on the from the Hill Climb Monsters guys. Thanks again. His older car was based on a TT, so that's where I got that from. The SBR Chrono started its life as an Audi R8 and uses the V8 from an Audi RS6. Of course, the RS6 4.2 V8 and the R8 4.2 V8 were all but identical at the start of the R8's life in 2006-2007. So it makes sense to take a unit from an RS6. And some great feedback coming in from everybody. Excellent format and very entertaining for a first year, says David Cleaver. Bigger and better next year, I'm sure. Looking forward to it already. I hope it gets the support it undoubtedly deserves. Thank you so much, David. Certainly talking to some of my pals in my normal domain of circuit racing, there was a lot of interest. Unfortunately, I only knew about this event myself, or that I'd be working the event on short notice, so I didn't get too much time to try and rally any of my troops. But certainly next year I'm going to try and bring some new people into hill climb competition by way of Quick 60. And David Cleaver also offering plaudits to our organisers here at Retro Rides for for offering a prize pot at all, which is indeed quite a rarity in modern club-style racing. So it is nice that they have something to race for, and it's Alex Thornton who lines up to the start gantry now. Off goes Thornton then. Looked like it was a bit slippy there at the line for the Integra driver. He's got to try and beat the little Peugeot. Oh, and a big moment for the Integra. It's into the bushes. Oh no, coming out of the first proper corner, really. The kennel bend just seemed to snap oversteer on him. And into the hedges he went, unfortunately. Now, we were speaking prior to the event, and he said, well, I'm driving this car home later, so I'm being careful. But unfortunately, he's had a bit of a moment there. Let's hope that there isn't too much damage to the car in that one. So red flag on the hill. The first of our shootouts. Such an unfortunate break then for Alex Thornton. Just hope for his sake that that car is not too bad shape. Obviously Alex is okay in himself as well.
Too much and shot straight over you.
I was going to get it in close, so I thought I can't, so I put it here. First time I got the cameras.
First time I got the cameras, yeah.
So we see there that Oliver Wright is waiting in the 106. I understand he will still get to run, but of course you'd say the pressure is somewhat off with the issues there for Thornton. So a slight delay to the shootouts, of course, with that moment, but hopefully not too significant before we can get this back underway as soon as driver and car, and of course circuit and hill, I should say, are clear. Live stream at the moment for Thornton. Just seemed to let go of the throttle. Some oversteer. Unfortunately, into the bushes and the barriers he went. It shouldn't be too long before the recovery is complete and we get back to running. Still plenty of shootouts yet to be determined. Across the classes, prizes to be won. See the car just being moved up onto the flatbed now, so it won't be too long before the hill is clear. Looks to me as though Chris Beresford is readying for a foot race up the hill. No, he's decided against it. Just trying to work out from what angle he should launch the car. As I mentioned when he was in the car, and I will now mention why he's out of the car, Chris runs the hillclimbing.org website. Great resource for records and information on all things hill climbing. And of course, we'll see Chris Beresford out in his Impreza in just a few moments. We might need to do a little bit more to get the course ready, given we have a trusty pickup heading, I thought, maybe up the course, but it looks like actually it's just being peeled off into the farmyard, so hopefully we don't have to do too much to get ready to go again.
I batted it onto me.
Of course, we did have the British Championship here at Shelsley this last weekend. Among the cars we had, we did have that Legacy, the Damien Bradley Subaru Legacy, 29.39 run on that day. It's still certainly damp on course, but I do wonder if this extended pause and the drying tarmac that comes with it may encourage some switching to slicks among the Outlaw class runners.
They got events every week. What do they do? When you imagine they're going to win with their events?
Because if you become a member of the you can enter reduce rates and it's got a new edge.
When it's a plastic shop, they made me that. Where is it? Gonna have to kill it. Then this bloke wanted to do is he wanted to clad his house in cedar.
Yeah.
He couldn't get any cedar and he couldn't get any wood anyway. He said, "Oh, look, mate, could you do like a cedar look-alike cladding type thing?" Blah blah blah. This cladding thing. What can we do with this? No, I don't know. The missus was doing. Really? So what do I mean? It's fucking low maintenance. So you got a plastic fence. You got plastic grass. Now you want to clad the house in plastic. You know you build the house in plastic. Honestly, you know, really. It's a shame though, he lost it, and if he got it back and shot that way, it wouldn't matter, would it?
No,
Shot
no,
him
he
straight
didn't
out.
strong thing there.
Get over that way.
No, straight to
Straight down here. Into the round bend. I'm doing the donut in the back.
So then we have seen the driver up and about down there. So that's a good sign that all is as well as could be. As I said, poor Mr. Thornton was expecting to drive back to the back home after this, but he might struggle if the car's in poor shape. But we seem to think that he's fine, which is good, and hopefully it won't take too long for everything to get back underway here.
And they said the most annoying thing is they actually got my tickets in the car, even though they've written down. I'm so sorry, but
The barriers there, he said, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Blend in and
we've done it before, it's alright, but would you like to do it now?
cool, what's he in, you know?
He's under the little black one. That's all I remember now. There's another little black piece there. And that's a shoe thing.
Where did he come from? Australia?
What do you have to do?
He's extreme, eh? He's put him in the back.
Yeah, what's that on the outside? They go under that little platform. You went through there, you know. So their main concern now is from this one.
Right, grip, sweep it now.
No, but I meant from this, the other side, would be to stop spectators.
Yeah, probably got a bit of take up there. Is it going to be yours, alright?
Yeah, it's in showcasing. Remember like when Joe did it? It's not really right.
I don't know.
This one, right?
No, no.
Yeah, that's from the other day. Down here. Yeah.
Knee credit.
Because I'm like that all the time. It's more often not good grass than that.
You paranoid more?
Yeah.
I'm not getting it. Rip the wall for it. Rubbing in your leg. Toggle.
Yeah, well that's why I thought last time when it's come up with it. They're going to get that.
Shame if you want to go on with that.
Yeah, but it's Friday.
Well, isn't it? Shootout, isn't it? Because one group we've got now, so he's won it, and then there's a shootout for the 6 out 4.
There's 4 groups,
and then
and
there's
then there's 4 groups within it. Yeah, but then they got me coming up tomorrow, isn't it?
No, you're going to buy another one off of that, isn't it?
All day. Can you imagine what that blend is? And the bloke with the trailer will come up the other side. And then the armour. Every tractor. I don't know if he's get his bales. Or I'm reading for some bales in there. That's a good idea, isn't it?
Racing with the tractor. Excellent. As the tractor doing its job.
I'm looking for the bale in the oil. 2,000, and he's going to stack them up. And you put 2 in there. Has he never seen like our farmers on those?
What did he do?
Oh, that's so cool.
Just need his thing for the thing, yeah? You want to take that, eh?
He's off.
See if I got him something else, me too. No, he's putting it on me. The gateway to there?
Yeah.
No, they've been there, so...
You're gonna know about it.
The other thing is that Gina was waiting for you yesterday.
Yeah.
Sat in the van, and I was stood outside. Little things in the trees. Is it squirrels or not?
Yeah.
Party over.
I can do straw bale, I can't do a hay bale. No, that's what I mean. Straw bales are really light, so you can...
saying that church is massive.
Wouldn't be Worcester, would it? Trying to push your own way around. Push your own way around, shut them down. He's all caught. One bell, five bell, four, I'm sure that's going to stop us.
There's not even body all of it.
No.
Please throw it to the compound and go home.
I said it's shipping up in
England.
So if you were to this time, you'll demolish it.
As you say, get that guy to get you need it like a field.
Slippy there at the line from the Integra driver.
Oh, what's that?
Tracking the little
Oh, he's
Peugeot.
all over.
Oh, and a big moment for the Integra.
Oh my fucking
And for the first time on the screen,
Wow, yes, he is. Hey, it is a
for example, Dr. Roller against the wheel. So then, it sounds as if the track is all but clear here at Shelsley, so it won't be long before we get back to running at long last. So we will have our shootouts in the various classes, and it will make a very exciting close to our day, albeit one that's come a little bit later than expected after a myriad of repairs down on the exit of our first proper corner, the Kennel Bend. So we still have the little Peugeot 106 to run, albeit unopposed now after Alex Thornton's moment in the Integra. We expect Oliver Wright in the Peugeot 106 to go up there on his own. With it will come the plaudits in his class, the mild pre-1998 class. We'll apologise to those of you on the stream who may be waiting to hear from myself. Got rather caught up in conversation down in the paddock, to be honest, but we are about ready to go. I think the running joke was if they distracted me and kept me away from the box long enough, we'd maybe get started. I think that was maybe the method. If you make sure the commentator's not in the box, the race will start. That's happened to me before, actually. I've had to scale a ladder at Thruxton about 20 seconds before a race started. And I nearly fell down, but I managed to make it up there in one piece, which was the main thing. Looks like we are about ready to go, so it won't be long before we see Oliver Wright up the hill. There's plenty of experience there. Just approaching 20 past 5.
There shouldn't be a flag out up there. I was just going to do that. Right, we're good to go. Good.
So, I believe we are officially all clear, and sure enough, here comes the number 41, Oliver Wright, in the Peugeot 106 GTI. Now, Oliver off the line. Will hopefully have a trouble-free run to what will be the win in class. In the mild pre-1998 class, it will be a win for Oliver Wright in the 106 GTI. Heads up to the bottom S. And here comes Wright on what is now, incidentally, an all-but dry track. And the time he sets is a 38.24. Meanwhile, already off the line is Chris Beresford in his head-to-head with the Mitsubishi Evo driver Alex Gilchrist-Jones. Beresford heading up towards the bottom S. Had a very good launch and a 21.06 at the bottom S. That's a very promising looking time then. Heads towards the line. This could be in the 32-33 district, and sure enough it is a 32.79 for Chris Beresford. That's a very impressive run, but can Alex Gilchrist-Jones match it? This is the head-to-head in the wild post. Try that again, the mild post-1998 class. So these two are head-to-head for honours for the victory, for the £250 prize pot. And will it be Jones that pips him? It's a couple of tenths apart as they go to the S in favour of Gilchrist-Jones. He was a bit loose going up the top S as well. Is he going to be slower? It's a 34.25, so the answer is yes. Onwards then to the wild pre-1998 runoff. And it's Damien Bradley, surely the favourite, coming in with a great launch at the 64-footer, 2.22. We also have to consider, of course, the honours for fastest time point blank. An additional £250 for the fastest time of anybody in any class, in addition to the class winners. Here comes Damien Bradley then across the line. It's going to be a 31.35. That's surely enough, but we'll have to wait and see, because here comes Darren Spooner. Can he pull a result out? He's already a second down just off the launch in the front-wheel drive 205, but we'll see if he can claw it back over the run up the hill. Just approaching the bottom S now. It's a 23.01 at the middle split at the bottom S. I don't think it's going to be enough to better the time from Damien Bradley, and sure enough, no, a 35.4, some 4 seconds off of Damien Bradley. Here comes Paul Jones then, in the wild post-1998 shootout. He's going to go up against the Stephen Moore Mitsubishi Evo 6. Paul Jones is going to be the one that sets the benchmark. Let's see the split through the S. It's a 21.72 at the mid-sector. heads up the hill now. What kind of time will Paul Jones put in? It's going to be a 33 or a low 34. It's a 34.07 for Paul Jones. What can Stephen Moore do? Moore with the four-wheel drive launch off the line. A great start, a 2.24 at the 64-foot marker. But of course, the Lotus Exige is a lot more nimble. Paul Jones is a very quick and very well-regarded driver here at the Shelsley Walsh Hill Climb. Here comes Stephen Moore in the Evo 6 then. 21.29 at the S. Let's see what the time is across the line. He has to beat a 34.07 and he's going to do so, a 32.45. So that's the victory for Stephen Moore. On to the Outlaws, the pre-1998 Outlaws, and this could be a favourite for the fastest overall time as well. Ian Rowlands in the Metro 6R4. He's off the line. Let's see what he can do in the big Metro. He's certainly pushing as hard as he can as he runs through the Kennel Bend. Already over the crossing as well. A 2.39 off the line at the 64-foot. Into the S we go. And the split is a 20.28. This should be the new benchmark for the fastest time overall. Let's see what the time is. He's very loose, heading up to the flying finish. It's a 31.30 by 0.05 of a second. He's surpassed Damien Bradley for the overall fastest time. He's also won the pre-98 Outlaws. Or has he? Because I shouldn't jump ahead of time because Ian Metcalf is still there in the Fiat 500. He's also in the pre-98 Outlaws. I jumped a little bit ahead there. Metcalf, in theory, has been a bit slower all day long, but we don't know. In these dry conditions, perhaps Metcalf can find a little bit more. Comes through the S and he is a couple of seconds down, a 23.43. So it does look as though the Metro of Ian Rowlands is going to take it. Metcalf comes across the line now, and yes, indeed, it's going to be a 36, so he's some way off the pace. Here comes Mike Manning then into the 600 brake horsepower Ford Fiesta Rallycross Supercar. He's underway. Of course he gets a good launch. He's got four-wheel drive at 600 horses under his right foot. Let's see how he can match up to the mighty SBR Chrono that follows him, but it's Mike Manning we focus on for now as he heads down towards the bottom S. Heavy braking. Turns in a 20.12 at the S. That's an incredible split time. He absolutely rings the tail out as they run towards the flying finish. Mike Manning crossing the line. It's a 31.61 for Manning. And here comes Simon Bainbridge, the hot favourite coming in. The mighty roar of what was once an Audi R8 and is now called an SBR Chrono. Surely this car has to be the best developed machine here today, but will it be the fastest? He bounces over the bumps on the approach to the bottom S, gets a little bit loose through the corner. Surely he's done enough. The time to beat is a 31.30 from Ian Rowlands, and he's done it. A 30.77 from Simon Bainbridge makes him the fastest car in the overall classification, makes him the winner as well of the post-98 Outlaw category. And he'll be very happy with that. Simon Bainbridge with an absolutely fabulous drive, and fabulous drives all throughout the day here. A 30.77 for car 83. Takes it by just over half a second, to just about 6/10 between Bainbridge and Ian Rowlands in the mighty Metro 6R4 that came second in the overall classification and took the Outlaw pre-98 honours as well. Damien Bradley, of course, in the wild class for pre-98 cars, a 31.35. He can be very proud of his Subaru legacy today. He came within 0.05 of a second of what is arguably the best developed Metro 6R4 in the world. Very impressive showing from him. Mike Manning, a 31.61 to go fourth in the 81 car. Stephen Moore, a 32.45 for fifth place. Then it was Chris Beresford, who of course took the mild post-98 honours with a 32.79. Then it was Paul Jones, followed by Alex Gilchrist-Jones. Darren Spooner in the 56 car on a 35.49 is next. Then the 75 of Ian Metcalf follows. And then Oliver Wright, of course, in the little Peugeot 106, taking the class honours in his class with a 38.24 car number 41. And of course, Alex Thornton wasn't able to complete his run. Had a little bit of a delay courtesy of his incident in the Integra, but we got there eventually. The shootouts are complete. The day is complete here at Quick 60 and the Hill Climb Shootout Challenge, a brilliant inaugural event for this new discipline that Retro Rides is organising. However, of course, our weekend is just getting started. The Retro Rides Gathering 2021 is tomorrow. So many exciting cars both on display and running up the hill. We very much look forward to welcoming you back to Shelsley Walsh tomorrow. Sadly, myself, Adam Weller, I won't be here tomorrow. I'm very upset about it. I wish I could be, but sadly, that is not the case. So from myself, thank you to everyone who's been here, to all of the competitors who've been very warm and welcoming and have given us an excellent show on the hill as well. And of course, to the marshals who, as always, have done a stellar job. They didn't have much to do for most of the day, but right at the end there, they did have to scramble and put in the excellent efforts that they always do. So thank you to the Orange Army, thank you to everyone who's organised this event. We'll see you again tomorrow for the Retro Rides Gathering, and it's good evening from me. Get home safe if you are going home, but I know a lot of you will be in the campsite. If you are in the campsite, play nice. We'll see you tomorrow.